Hey, like I am live. I don't have an image to use as thumbnail for today, but I guess we'll have one. We'll just have to take a screenshot of something at some point. Also, apparently, when I bought my trailers, it didn't actually get despawned. They just disappear. But since I already reloaded my save, when I came back here, the trailers are respawned because they never got despawned. When I loaded my save, they're clipping into each other. I think there's like four or maybe at least three of each trailer here spawned on top of each other. But we don't need to be here anyways. So first things first, we need to figure out the heaviest trailer in terms of weight on the fifth wheel attachment. And it has to be the planks on a flatbed because these don't have much capacity on them. And this is only 20. But I guess we'll just have to grab all of them. Grab the heaviest cargo for all of them. And then take them all the way down to Ansan. And I have a spare company slot that I can use. Uh, 6 by 4. So that I'll be able to have an NPC help me out. Actually, not the fuel. Well, I guess yeah, that works actually. Although no, we need it at the ring, not the speedway, because the open garages are over there. So we have tankers, containers, and flatbeds. That's it. Oh, we have the grain trailers as well. Those are the only double trailers for now. Yeah, now that I think about it, we only have 4 types of double trailers for now. Because all the other trailers that got added are not double trailers, they're just normal trailers. Yeah, we don't have double box trailers, we don't have... What else? Yeah, all the other types. All the other types. There's so many again. We got these, but these are not double trailers. Oh, the attachment on this is quite far in compared to all the other tankers. Anyways, we're here for our trains. And I guess the best way to do this is to have an NPC take the planks because it's the heaviest, and the NPC speed is constant anyways. So he can take the heavy cargo. What's the flatbed called? Flaber? Oh wait, I haven't changed back my keyboard settings, I think. I have. But it's closing the menu. Oh, I see, because I'm not on the menu. Okay. Can another one of these be? I guess it's be easier if I have them sorted. Well, not really. Yeah, I think I want two of these. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh wait, no, I want the rear now. Since we're gonna be going to the speedway, I guess we can do the construction site. These are all construction sites. Probably not gonna be delivering the. Anyways, yeah, I guess we can take the. Oh, I should have added it to company. Wait, I did add one. Oh yeah, it is. It is already in the company. So now I can give him. Oh, that's a mistake actually. Because he's gonna remove the cargo if I give him the route now. So first, we need to remove the trailer, assign the route, then hook the trailer. Yeah, so he gets to keep the cargo and deliver it there for me. Then I'll do my own delivery. There's only 50 fuel down here. I actually can't grab from here. But I can just go back later. Oh wait, what's it called? Flaber? Wait, is it fuel? Fuel is not even the heaviest. It's milk. I need to grab from here. Oh, it doesn't look like the connection is not good. Do I have to move the fifth wheel back? I don't really wanna make adjustments if I can avoid it. Let's just... How do I even back this up? The rear trailer is still at an angle. Oh, I'm pushing it the wrong way. What's up with the texture here? Am I not doing this, or am I just doing it too much? I got the rear trailer pointing the right way, but the trailers are not really going where I want them because there's not enough grip. They're just sliding. Or am I actually doing it wrong? No, I am doing it right. Yeah, it just takes them a while because of the lack of grip on this surface. They slide first before actually going where I want them to. I should have just loaded them up first to at least get some weight. Can't move them properly when they're unloaded. You know what? Let's just go around. I don't know why I'm even trying to reverse it when I can just drive around. It looks like the connection is actually fine. It's just that the terrain here is not flat, I think. Was the only issue. It doesn't look like I need to adjust the fifth wheel. Oh wait, there's only 10 here. I need this place. Is there a good spawner here? I think so. Actually, this is not ideal. Let's use this one. The company truck's almost at the location while I'm still over here picking up cargo. This pickup point is even at a worse spot than the one on the other ranch. Even though this is the higher capacity one. Oh yeah, I need the place to be empty so that it gives me deliveries. Um, I only need 60. Well, I think I can quickly do something about that. Oh, it's one pallet per milk. Or one cheese box. That's easier. And there's a lot of cheese boxes. Actually, I think that's enough. Oh, it makes 5 boxes though per milk. It's not 1 to 1. Maybe I should be taking the pallets instead. Okay, I think that's enough. Just have to wait for it to consume the milk so that we can pick up more. My company truck looks like it's pretty slow actually. Might be able to get there before it gets there. Yeah, it just keeps giving me one as the cheese factory consumes one. Right, just 2 more. Why is it? Okay, there we go. I thought it stopped. Alright, we're full. We seem to be struggling to turn here. Looks like milk is too heavy for the stock suspension on these trailers. Oh, well, this is not as stable as I thought. Definitely more stable than the Tanko though. The Tanko is just really easy to flip over. I don't know what changed about the map or my control. Actually, I do know. Hang on. Oh, my truck company truck is almost there. I think it's because... No, I don't have it here. So why is my map going up now when I'm on the throttle? Hmm. Could have sworn I used to be able to open the map while I'm pressing the throttle and it won't pull up. I guess I can just let go of the throttle anyways though. Yeah, it still accelerates as long as I had the throttle pushed when I opened the map. But when I'm just quickly opening and closing it, I'd rather not have to let go of the throttle. But seems that's not possible anymore. Or maybe that's just always how it's been, but after playing Far Far West, where I opened the map while moving around, it's making me think that now. Oh, the understeer. Ooh. Wasn't expecting understeer there. What even is our weight distribution? Why am I understeering? Is this not heavy enough? I have a contract. Yep. It's distributed well. I don't know why I understeered. Maybe I should have let go of the throttle. Was I even accelerating there? Yeah, I can turn just fine. For some reason I understeered back there. Also, this thing is now showing us stock, even though there's nothing in its way. It's just stopped because it's already at its destination. Where should I even put these things? Is that gonna clear? Nope. But that's fine. I guess I need to drive that thing in there as well. Oh yeah, I don't need them connected like this. In fact, I need to separate them, I think. Oh well, we'll figure it out once we've got all the trailers. Now let's just put them here. Then need to stop landing gear. We want containers. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, these are 20 feet. I bought too many counters. Well, I do have 5 counter leads, apparently, and 5 of the 20 feet variation as well. 5 of the rear. So I bought an extra one. I was only supposed to buy 4 of each. Also, yeah, there's 2 variations. 20 feet and the 40 feet. Hmm. Can I even combine? I definitely need one of the rear, one of each rear. I can have multiple leads. Is 120, 140, and a rear 20 gonna be within the limit? It's already 28. I don't think it's gonna be within the limit. At least not another 40. Yeah, it's not connecting. Yeah, it's 3 meters too long. What if I move the fifth wheel though? Oh, can I shorten it by 3 meters doing this? Oh, it looks like there's space there to move it, but alright, is that short enough? No, it didn't really change much. Also, I need to reset now that the fifth wheels are in different place. Oh, I need a different garage. Because that thing is not inside the space. Wait, this is the wrong truck. Wanted this. I want the heaviest 20 feet containers, which is 30 tons. Nothing here. $29.2. We'll have a lot of time waiting for that. Well, not waiting, but doing something else while we wait for different containers to spawn. Do I even want another pair? Yeah, I want an extra lead. Don't need an extra rear that is 40. But I already know that I can't attach two 20s and a 40. It has to be three 20s to be within the limit. I guess I'm gonna need an extra truck and trailers for the other two leads that I want. Well, only the 40 really, because I can have the two 20 feet leads. I went too far. Anything 30 tons? 29.4, still not really close enough to what I'm looking for. So there isn't any of the cargo that I'm looking for. And I want one more of the 40 feet lead. Actually, I don't know if I actually want that. Let's go for the hoppers now. I want to use the full one. Full. Oh yeah, how long are these? I can do 3 of these, right? That's not very long. Yeah, 33. Oh yeah, green has random weight as well, just like the containers. So what's the maximum weight of grain? For 20 and 400. 450 is the maximum and 350 is the minimum. We don't have any of those either. Let's go back to the containers. Oh wow, that NPC just drove around my trucks. Nice. Actually, now that I think about it, the 40 feet trailers may not need the heaviest containers on them. They're definitely gonna get overloaded if I put 30-ton containers. Would have been very nice if I can just pick the weight, especially because even if a 30-ton container spawns, may just be just a single container, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 containers. We can't sort by weight either. Actually, now that I think about it, nah, because these trailers have so many axles on them for just a single container, whereas this one can have double the containers, but has only one extra axle on the rear one. So I definitely want the heaviest containers for these short ones, but not necessarily for the long one. Maybe I should just grab something heavy for this one. Oh, nah, that's because we don't have any weight coming from the rear trailer. Well, we can do some maths while we're here. So we have, oh, but the semi truck is gonna be hard to calculate for. Hmm, 'Calculate the trailer at the 13.8 tons for just the trailers. Wait, why does it seem too high? Oh, because it's 6 axles. — 13.8 and 6 axles. That can have 16 tons each. Four containers. I think I want 25 to 27-ton containers. Like this, 27 tons. So this is 2 tons over, 5 tons less. No, that's not heavy enough. I need 28 tons. Well, let's load it up anyway. No, because these are very different trailers. I need something heavier for the rear one, but lighter for the lead. Well, we can do some math right now. 15 tons plus 15.7 plus 18.5, 18.3, and 18. That's over 5 axles. Yeah, that's 1 ton over the 16 ton per axle limit, assuming the weight is distributed properly, which I think is possible. One ton per axle, 5 tons, because we have 5 axles. So 2.5 tons lighter than 27 ton, which is 25.5 tons. Here's 25.5 tons. And it's being loaded at the front. That's good. Okay, the rear one I need something heavier on. Okay, now I think I want 30-ton containers. No, I did not want to turn on the engine. It's heavy, but not heavy enough. Well, we can see what happens. Yeah, that's not even close. Go check for grain. Nothing here either. What else can we do while waiting for the containers to shuffle? I have two leads here and two and one rear each, which I think is all I need. Oh yeah, I need a normal trailer, or at least, yeah, it has to be a trailer, so I can connect it to the back of the lead trailer. But I need something specific. What is this? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at this right now. My spreadsheet of weight. Um, oh yeah, but the lead trailer is already gonna have weight on it due to its own cargo. This is not even gonna work as a reference. Hmm. Yeah, because I don't know how much more weight they need. So maybe I can bring. Well, most of them are adjustable in weight, especially the tanker, because you have 40 units, but I can just remove some until I get the close to the weight that I'm looking for. Yeah, I think I just need a bunch of Tanko 40s. Any 30-ton containers yet? Nothing. One is still here. This doesn't work, right? That's not enough. Yeah, that's not enough. This is two containers though that are nearly 3 tons lower than the limit. And it puts the thing. Yeah, this is nowhere close. I really need that 30-ton containers. Oh, here's two. 29.3. that good enough for these? Oh, they're too heavy? Huh, 29.3, huh? Okay. I guess I'll put it here then. If this one can definitely handle that. Well, actually, I should probably aim for 10 tons as well. Oh, I know what the problem here is. I should have these separated. Also, my lead truck is not the correct truck for that. Well, this one is fine, 2264. That's my benchmark setup, but this one is not. How do I check the name of this one? But yeah, this is number 3, so this is for heavier loads. I should only connect the trailers once I figure out what the correct container weight on them is. Which truck should I use? Titans? I'd rather not move my Titan yet. I think I have... No, I still also have only 4 Kolimas. One of my FF1 is there, but I need to take it. How do I even want... Oh wait, yeah, I have one Atlas here. But that's a unique one. Hmm. So many things to consider. It's so confusing. I guess I can go with this 6x2 Atlases. I'm removing this. This will all make sense at some point. Why I'm doing this. For now, even I'm still not really very sure if I'm even doing this correctly. Yeah, so you can't chain those together. You can't have two 40 feet leads. Or rather, there's no point, because you can't attach an extra trailer behind it anymore. Because even the 20 feet rear is gonna exceed the length limit. But you're transporting container. Also, I forgot this. What you should be combining is not the 40 feet lead and the 40 feet rear. I actually mentioned this in a different live stream already. What you should be combining with the 40 feet lead is the Contra 40. What's going on? Oh, it's too long. Because this did not reset the position. I wanted... I respawned this thing to reset that, but it didn't reset it. How do I reset the position to the default? Did I adjust anything else? I thought I respawned this thing to reset it. I guess I can look at another one to see where the default position is. So I want these to line up with that. And so move it back like that. Doesn't look like it's far back enough though. Looks... well, it clears. Also, I still have this one trailer here. And this trailer is now in the way. Hang on. Yeah, I want two of these. Do I want them both to have a Kotra behind them? I guess I don't even want a Kotra behind them, really. So I don't need to test and tune the Kotra. I already know. I already have a tune for it. It's just for reference. And then the rear. Wait. Can I have... No, because I need the rear regardless. Hmm. Um, I should move this out of the way. Yeah, I think that's all I need. Yeah, because I already have two counter 40 leads, two 20 feet leads, and one of each rear, which is exactly everything that I need. Oh, was understeering. Didn't think understeer would be an issue here, but whatever. Alright, let's see what we can pick up now. Oh, this is very heavy. How heavy is that? 29.8, 29.6. What is that? 25.5? I don't have a truck for that. Let's grab another truck. Wait, I have, yeah, I have a 6x2 in the company, which means I can use this for grain. Still don't have heavy stuff here though. Oh, what the heck happened here? Oh, my company truck was clipped through it. Yeah, probably shouldn't have blocked the corner here. They drive differently when you're not in the area. Alright, hang on. Let me check first. We have here. Ooh, 29.9. And there's 6 of them. I should grab that. Oh wait, why am I going here? You know what? Let me just turn this thing around. I need this out of the way. I need this to pick up the 29.9 containers. Hopefully it's still here. There it is. Uh, weight distribution is a mess. But I think, let's count. It says 116 tons. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 axles. The front axle doesn't get loaded. We're actually too heavy now. Actually, no, I think it's just about right. Regardless. So that's done. Which atlas is in my company? I I think it's this one. 576. How do I check the number? I can't. Yeah, it's the one I'm in right now. So you can start delivering these. Let's assign the route before attaching the trailer so that it doesn't remove the cargo. Alright, off you go. Where are you going? I guess I need to point him in the right place first. Alright, there you go. So this is a lead trailer. I can just put it off to the side for now. And see what I can load onto this rear trailer. I think the heavy containers are gone now. It was towards the top of the lift earlier. Yeah, it's not here anymore. But I don't think I even need those. So I don't have to check all of these. I just need the ones that I can pair. Oh, my lift axle is up. This looks pretty good. Maybe 11.9, 10.8, 11, and 10 divided by 5. It's 0.8. It's 4 tons too heavy, which means I need 2.1 tons lighter. So 21.2 ton containers is what I need on the. Oh, I should have parked them opposite ways. Why are there so many places that only need one container? There's plenty of containers here, but only wants one? The warehouse? Is it because I have the warehouse supplied? No, there's no containers here. They should be providing me with multiple. But it doesn't. Maybe because I need to take one first? No, it's not adding extra containers. Oh, here's 20-ton containers. I can use that for this one. Yeah, this thing has two heavy containers on it. Where's the... There it is. Okay, so now it's too light. But this is still more useful than being too heavy. Until I can find something closer to this weight. I don't have anything heavy here either. And my truck is still making the delivery. So what I can do is go do some deliver some tankos down there. Maybe 2.3. Is this useful? No, no, I want 21 pounds, not 22. Alright, milk. Hey Neri, doing trucks today and tomorrow probably. What is this? This is unused. I can take this. A panko. I think this is a tuned tanko. Yeah, it has different wheels. Although I don't really care about these anymore. Or this. Oh, there's not enough space. Are you playing as well? Because I need specific container weights. So it would be nice if someone on a different server can check container weights at the harbor for me. I'm gathering pancakes with milk right now to use as weights when I'm tuning the lead trailers. Oh, we're falling. Ooh. Actually, yeah, I'm going with Tankos, even though it's not the heaviest, because The lead trailers can't support much weight anyways. And the Tanko has a capacity of 40, which allows me to adjust the weight by that much, like for the 40 unit. That's the idea anyway. Hopefully it actually works out as I have in my head, but there's just so many things to consider with these that even I'm having a hard time figuring out what I actually need. When I did my trailer tuning a few months ago for these single trailers, this was the this part took so many hours just gathering loaded trailers and then taking them to Ansan Speedway. I even tried um, going through multiple dedicated servers just to find the correct container weight that I'm looking for. But in the end, I found the correct weight in single player. I'm looking for. I have 29.9 tons right now, and I think that's good enough. So I'm looking for. What was it? 22.1? No, 21.2 ton containers. Multiple of them, not just because some of the deliveries only give one container. I need multiple of those. I think four at least. So it can't just be any container of that weight. It has to be a container that I can take multiple of. Also, I just remembered this is not fuel that is in my tanko. This is milk. So this is much heavier. But somehow I haven't flipped over yet, even though I'm driving fast through these turns. Oh, my company truck is here already. I forgot that I made it deliver the containers here. So here's three 29.9 ton containers. And I think the other container I'm looking for is 25.5, but I don't know yet if that's actually correct. I have the way the way I'm thinking of figuring out whether that's the correct weight is to load them up on a Contour 40 with a Cotra 40 behind it. So load four containers that are around 25 tons and see what the weight distribution is. And apparently my truck is illegally parked on a parking lot. That's literally a parking space, but it has the illegal parking mark on it. Oh, I don't want the tankos over here. I want it out of the way. Alright, let's see if we have the correct container weights now. So why is this thing squatting? Oh, because the axle was lifted. So I'm only looking at the ones with multiple containers on it. So I need, I think, the 21.2 tons on this one, because we still have weight that we can add. Don't mind the weight on the semi truck. This is 20 tons, but yeah, we can handle something heavier. No, doesn't look like there's anything here yet. Um, oh, I'm also looking for heavy grain. The weight on this is also random. It can go between 350 and 450. I want the heaviest one, so anything close to 450, like 445 at least, I would say. I should probably use a 6x4 semi actually, because this thing was snaking earlier. What semi do I want? Titan. Oh, my company truck is there, so I should take that and let him do the delivery for me. Oh, I'm blocked here. Hopefully my Tanko idea actually works out. Oh, this thing is low on fuel. Oh, I don't need to drive this now that it's loaded. You deliver it for me. This thing is squatting. Yeah, the weight distribution is horrible. 23.7. 3.3. That's not useful. 23.5. That's too heavy. Right, nothing here. Maybe I should check DOS as well. Guess I can do that. This is why I have so many campies all over the map. I have more than 50 campies now, I think. Because when doing these testing, I teleport all over the place to save time. Nothing here either. We go check only the motorhome. There's so many. I think this trailer needs a truck with 3 axles on the back. Because the wheels on it is so far back. It's all behind the trailer, all behind the cargo, except this one. And this one is even further back than the back of the cargo. So it's putting most of the weight onto the semi. This is a properly tuned semi, but it's still squatting, even though it's not overloaded yet. This is this is supposed to take up to 16 tons on both axles. In fact, let's have a look at that. Unless I forgot to upgrade the suspension on this one. I'm pretty sure I upgraded all of my semi trucks already though. Well, none of these trailers puts that much weight. — 19.8. Right, nothing here. Why is it? Why is my truck making so much noise? Do you not have your axle up? You don't. Why don't you? You're supposed to lift the axle to get traction. There you go. Well, it's still making a lot of noise, but not as much now. Oh, here's another one. This guy has the axle lifted, and so does this guy. So I don't know why that one didn't have his lifted. $439. That's gonna add up because we have a capacity of 120, so 11 kilograms less. It's gonna go up to like 1 ton, more than 1 ton. Nothing here. I guess I can set up things at the ring while I'm waiting for cargo to shuffle. So let's despawn this. Do you need repair? No. And let's move this thing forward. That one has cargo inside of it. Oh yeah, we have the Oh, we're understeering again. Oh, what? Huh? What's wrong with these trailers? I think it's because I despawned the semi truck that was pulling it. So I need to reset the game probably. Hopefully it still has the cargo, because that's the 29.9 ton containers. Okay, there we go. Wait a minute. There's supposed to be two lead trailers here. Where's the second one? I lost one of the containers. It's supposed to be like these other trailers where I have two lead trailers. Maybe it's somewhere else? Counter. Lead. Did it get left behind there? Why do I have a counter lead here? Yeah, it's back here. And it doesn't have the container on it. Also, that guy is there now. Oh, the campy got moved. I guess it's on the side of the track now. Right, I'm gonna have to get another 29-ton container then, because I lost one of them. I'm disconnecting my company truck this time to make sure trailers don't despawn. Oh, I'm on the other side. Alright, let's see what containers they have. But the 1.1, this is good enough. I need it on the other one. On this thing. Because this is not heavy enough. Yeah, that looks like about the right weight. Then I need this guy to deliver it. I don't know why I'm not connecting. There we go. So this one needs the heaviest I can find. Need to check even the individual once again. Might find something close to 30 tons. Here's two of them. My company driver is making a delivery right now though. Oh, hang on. He can take this with him, right? Yeah, he has the rear trailer. Wait, come back. Hmm. I guess I should have just driven the loaded trailer to this one instead of teleporting to it and driving it back. But we're here now. Alright, now you may continue. So I only need containers for these now. I think 25.5 tons is what I'm looking at. Looking for. 24.5, that's not heavy enough. Oh, that guy hasn't figured out how to drive out of here, but I'll be leaving soon. 25.8. That's heavier. Wait, I have 25.5 already. Oh, did it disappear? Well, looks like we can handle more than 25 actually. What did I say earlier? Did I say 26? We might actually need 26 because we can add more weight here and here. Let's try this. This is only 4 pieces though. 26 and a half. Yeah, I think this is good enough. So now, don't need this anymore. Then I gotta load this one up. Oh, he's turning here. Where is that? There it is. Then can also disconnect that. I think we have all the containers we need now. Hopefully. I'm stuck on something. Probably the other trailer. Let me get it out of the way. Oh, the legs on this trailer is down. I can still pull it though. Just need to get it over here. My tab is not working again for the game. Well, it works for the game because I can open that with the tab, but in the menus it doesn't work. Oh, oh, I did. I'm stuck on this thing. I thought I was stuck on this one because this is too much weight. Alright, let's go. Yeah, there's when you have two of the counter 40s chained together, doesn't matter if the you have two of the lead ones or one lead and one rear, it will always overload the middle one. And that's why you're supposed to use the Kotra 40 instead of another counter at the back. So now I have to figure out the setups once I've taken these to Ansan Ring. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably need a Kotra as well with a container on it during the tuning. Oh, I was supposed to use the gas station. I just drove past it. Well, there's another gas station up ahead. I don't know if we have the fuel for it, but we can always use the roadside refueling. Oh, I didn't even realize I was revving too high. Oh, it's not. I wasn't. It's just because I have damaged radiator. Doesn't look like we'll make it to the gas station because we're moving really slowly and we're using a lot of fuel going up this. Is it my truck struggling or the trailer dragging? I don't think the trailer's dragging, so I think it's just my truck struggling to pull all this weight. 'Cause my gearing on this is not meant for this heavy cargo. Oh, I'm already out of fuel. Oh yeah, because the Atlas trucks don't have a big fuel tank. Oh, and our company truck is taking the same route. I thought it would use the route that the GPS was pointing at, which is the east road. I only took this route for the gas station, which I just drove past. Wait, so if this is... No, this is not 30-ton containers. Still heavy though. Can you fit the Cuda container with three 20-feet trailers behind it within the length limit? Can I see what my current length is somewhere? Because this is four containers. So if a CUDA container can also have three 20-feet trailers behind it, then it has the same capacity. And it's not gonna have the overloading tire issue. Although I guess you can't really overload the tires if you have the upgraded tires. Although for the testing and tuning, there's no point in setting up the axles to carry 10 tons each. Because if you have 10 tons on each axle, you're gonna get overloading fines still. Because that means you're over 40 tons gross vehicle weight. And the next weight to set up for is the 16 tons per axle, which is what I want to do with this one. It's not looking good right now because this is not a combination you should be using. I'm just taking this combo right now so that I have two of these for testing at Ansan. So it's actually perfect that I have four of everything because I need two of each loaded with cargo and then two more that are empty. Actually, no, I might not need two that are empty. I might only need one. For the lead trailers, that is. For the rears, I only need one because you can't really combine it. One that is loaded and one that is empty. Because you can't attach anything behind it. It's the rear trailer. Oh, I'm still overheating. Must have burned off too much coolant now because I kept overheating. Although, before I actually start testing and tuning the trailers, I can go test and tune the Longhorn and try to find a new FDR for these heavy trailers. So what plank road has the steepest road? I guess you can deliver planks to the construction site, right? So Sangdo lumber mill to Ara is gonna go through some really steep roads on the East Coast Road. That road is quite steep in some areas. Yeah, so once I figure out what FDR we need, well, we can't really test it yet until we have a setup for the trailer, for the planks trailer at least. So yeah, that's the first step then, making the setup for the planks trailer, the flatbed, and then I can update my semi-truck setups once I have that, and then the Longhorn, and then the rest of the trailers. I can use this on the planks trailer. Oh, I can't jump over this? So to set up the planks trailer, I think I need more. I need another set, which I can use my company truck to deliver for me once it gets here. Alright, it's almost here. Right, I'll take that. Oh, not yet. Don't need to refuel. Wait, why does this have a blue container? Oh yeah, because this is the one that despawned. 29.914. It's close enough in weight though. This is it's supposed to have the same cargo as this. Oh, this is 99. So this is almost 30 tons. It's only 10 kilograms off from being from the limit, whereas that one is not. That might mess with the testing. Unless I find another set. So I need you to grab more flanks. So let's put you company. Where did I grab the flanks for earlier? Instructions site 1. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because, yeah, I don't deliver these, because they get pay reduction from being transported by a company truck. Alright, let's see what we have here. We have 2 axles on the back. Oh, how do I make something like this for an entire train? We have so many axles. Well, I guess I do have space for a lot of axles. 3. Yeah, it fits. What's down here? Oh, wait, what's this? I don't remember what this is for. Make a bunch of room. So we have right now the Atlas 6x2. So we can clearly see the Atlas, because it's been tuned already, it will carry up to 10 tons and distribute the 10 tons on both of its rear axles perfectly. But since we have a little more than 10 tons, then we ended up with a little more weight on the rear axle. And you want more weight on the rearmost axle more than the other rear axle, because you have your front axle to think about as well. So the more weight you put on the rearmost axle, because that axle is behind the trailer, the fifth wheel, then that means you're putting you're also adding more weight to your front axle. Whereas if you put more weight on this axle, then you're actually lifting your front axle because it's in front of the fifth wheel. So that's why my trucks are set up the way they are, in that, well, this one is a single rear axle, but the dual rear axle ones are set up so that the mid the first rear axle is taller, but the rearmost axle is stiffer. So when it's not loaded, you have more weight on the first rear axle. What is the correct term for that? So that we can differentiate the two rear axles. How do truckers call their the, each of the rear axles? But yeah, when it's unloaded, you have more weight here. Although this is the Jamusi, it's very light, so there's almost no weight on this axle. Same thing with the Atlas. The Atlas is quite light. Apparently, the 6x4 is actually lifted, whereas the FL1 has 0.3. The Titan is 1.3. I guess it's not about the weight of the semi. I don't think you can. It's called middle axle because some semis have two front axles, and some semis have three rear axles. So you can't just call one of them the middle. Yeah, because there's no middle when you have four axles in total, including the fronts. But yeah, so it's not actually about the weight of the truck. It's just depends on the truck, how much weight there will be on the rearmost axle when it's unloaded. And then, as you can see, I have the weight distribution perfectly set up for 10 tons for each of the rear axles. So you can see here, this is the Jamusi, it's very light. So it didn't quite make it to 10 tons on any of my testing, but it still got close to it in this one. That's the single rear axle. So here the FL1 is heavier. So the Quattro 40s ended up more than 10 tons each, but with the Chauvin and Eastwood, it's still less than 10 tons. Anyway, the only point is the semi-trailers are set up to distribute 10 tons each axle, but obviously we're looking at if we average our axle weights, so we're not counting the front axle. So let's add up all. Actually, let's not use a calculator. We have a spreadsheet here right now. Let's put it in and let the spreadsheet calculate the numbers for us. Oh, it doesn't fit. Well, I don't need to include the semi. Yeah, this is all the trailer axles. What? Oh, this is different. Yeah, because this is just for the trailer. But now we have all of that for the trailer, so we can actually use that. In fact, we should include uh, the... Wait, no, I don't think there's a combination where you can have 9 trailer axles. Yeah, the tankers are also 8 axles because it's 332. The containers are also gonna be 332. So we only have 3 types of trailers. I'm not missing anything, right? These are the only double trailers. Oh, the hoppers! We don't have the hopper trailers yet. Forgot about those. Let's see. Can someone find a server for me that has 450 kilograms? Or at least 448 maybe? Kilogram sunflowers? And I need 120 units of those. So yeah, actually we don't need to include row D. And this is 9 axles. So we're a little over 10 tons per axle on this what even is this? The planks? This is the planks, right? Yeah, it is. So what is 94.9 divided by 9 axles? Yeah, it's 10.54. That's probably the exact same weight as what the semi truck has. Also, where's the rest of our planks? Is it on its way? Oh, it's down there. Okay. So first of all, I can see that the trailer is actually looking like it's quite flat, even though it's obviously too low over here and here and even in the back. It looks flat though. I guess it's just a little bit of an angle, but the trailer is long enough that that little bit of angle is enough. So we definitely need to stiffen the springs. Maybe looks like 150 is pretty good. Stiffen all of them. Hopefully the rear trailer has the same stiffness on it as the lead trailers. It probably does. Looks like it's not stiff enough actually. Yeah, let's try 200. Oh yeah, we're in the test version as well, so there's not really any other servers to go to. Or at least I am. Although the hopper doesn't need the test version. Now, looks like 200 is too stiff, but actually, in the case of trailers like this, you actually do want a decent amount of stiffness on them. Yeah, we're ending up with more weight on the front more axles than the rears because of the stiffness that we have. I should have checked the weight distribution before changing to 200. So let's go back to 150 again and have a look at that. Oh, the semi is now lighter. Huh. Is it because I didn't release tension? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I just had to release the handbrake and let the trailers move around a bit. In fact, let's not have the handbrake on because when I open a menu, it puts the brakes on anyway. There's still more weight towards the front of the trailers than the rear, especially on the rear one. Is my company truck still not here? Yeah, it's still on its way. I need the rest of the trailers to make a decision here. But for now, we want the same thing with the trailers as I have with the semi in that it should be the rearmost axle that takes more weight. Right now we have the opposite of that. But I don't know whether I should adjust stiffness, ride height, and which axle to do that adjustment on until I have the other trailers. Also, I only need one lead trailer with planks, so I actually need to unload one of them because I only have four of these, and I want one that is unloaded. So yeah, I'm gonna have to unload one of those when it gets here. It's going really slowly on the highway for some reason. Surprisingly, the weight distribution is actually decent as it currently is anyway. Oh yeah, I should have noted the weight distribution. So this is with stock stiffness, I believe. And we have right now 150. Let's take a note of this distribution so we don't have to keep checking. And then let's change to 200 stiffness and note down the weight distribution with that. I should not have put on the handbrake. Yeah, it added more weight to the front when I stiffened it. Oh yeah, when it was on stock stiffness, there's more weight on the back here, but not on the. Oh, I need to change these lines. No lines here. Then put a line here in the middle. Colors that like that. So this is the first trailer, the first lead trailer, second lead trailer, and then the rear. How did I write the names here. I guess we're not writing the info of the semi anyways. So this is just Flaber, 3 Flabers with planks. So how heavy is the planks? We have 90 tons of planks, 18 pieces. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to write there. Let's do that. And write 200 stiffness here. Still not here. Oh, it stopped. Oh, there it is. I just didn't notice it. Alright, I'll take that. Let's give it some fuel. I should probably move the tankers out of the way. There is no semi-truck attached to it though. In fact, there's no other semi here. Oh, the landing gears can't go over the... Oh, dang it, I didn't set myself up for that. Wasn't expecting to get caught on something back here. Well, that works. So for this one, I only want those two in the back. This one, I don't want the planks on it. The planks look like they're not placed properly. How do I fix their position? By towing? Does the towing work? Yeah, the towing trick still works. It fixes the position of the cargo. But now I have to drive it back there. I might need to reset this one as well, actually. I'm not sure if the cargo on this is properly placed. Okay, so let's look at the weight distribution of this one. This Flaber 2 times. We have 60 tons of plank, just well. Yep. This is with stock stiffness. Oh, the tab works again. Finally. Don't need to use the mouse to click on it. So far, I'm thinking 200% is the way to go. But most likely, we're gonna have a mix. Actually, a mix might not be a good idea. You know what? Let's include D here. And let's add the weight of on the semi-truck. Have it separated like that. Oh wait, that's for this one. Yeah, that looks better. Because before this, the final, the total weight is different here. Now it's only zero point 0.1 difference. Oh, I need one more pair. I have this one. But I also need an empty one with the rear. Make sure you're on a flat surface, otherwise the weight distribution is gonna be incorrect. And that's why I use the Ansan Ring garages, because there is really no other garages that you can fit tall trucks in that have enough of a straight space to also have the long trailer trains. I don't think the Gujua garage is completely flat in front of it. I think the only completely flat area on it is the garage itself. Once you start sticking out of the garage, it's no longer completely flat. Same thing with the Ara heavy duty garage. In fact, here you can clearly see the line where the flat garage area is and then the non-flat area in front of it. Well, maybe the area in front of it is flat, but it's not level with the garage. There's also the steel mill. Well, not steel mill, the Terra factory garage that has a decent space on it, but that's only a single garage. So yeah, this is the best place for this much testing. So we have Flaber rear. Oh, and this stock stiffness. So this is the what it called bleed. Well, because this is a train of trailers, it's a lot more work. But as you can see, even the single trailers is already so much. This is just the trailers with the dollies, S2, D2, D1, S1. I didn't even fill in everything. I tested them, but I didn't have this table yet when I tested, so I didn't get to save the data here. But I tested the D1 and the S1 for some of them anyway, because obviously a tanko with milk is too heavy for the D1S and the S1. And then you have for each truck the same trailers. You have the SRT, you have the CUDA, the Atlas variants, the Jamusi, the FL1, Titan, and Golima. And then for each one, you might also have a different setup for the truck. So this is a different Golima setup than the one that's here. And there's another different Golima setup and another. Obviously, it's not all the trailers. So this is a shorter list of trailers. But yeah, it's a lot. And if I scroll down, you can see the scroll bar is small because I also have the Cuda van, Cuda container, Atlas tanker, Atlas van, Atlas dump, a whole lot of lines for the rotator because the rotator has four axles and it can tow so many things. So I had to do so much testing for the rotator. And it has a lift axle as well. So the lift axle is also a factor. So you have the lift axle in the up position and the down position. And then in this case, I have a rotator that's towing another rotator in a forward position and then towing it from the back because the back of the rotator is heavier. And then you have the rotator towing a tanko with different cargo for milk fuel, an empty one. No, it's just fuel. Where's the empty? Oh, this one. I even tested a dory with a Lomax because if you have the correct setup on your Lomax, your dory can tow it just fine. The only issue is braking. Because when you're towing something heavy behind your tow truck, you can't use the brakes of the thing you're towing. For now, hopefully at some point we actually can use the brakes of the vehicle we're towing, but yeah, this works. Lomax on with Dory, as long as you don't load the Lomax with heavy vehicles. So you can do the vehicle delivers from the harbor with a Dory if you have the properly set up Lomax. And then the Pulio, the Brutus, the Rotator again, and then obviously a semi with the Lomax. So I have over 1,000 lines here now. It says I have 12, 15 lines. Oh yeah, here's single vehicles as well. So the Tronco with blanks, with beams, a Mighty, a Dumpy with iron, limestone, sand, and coal, a Dumpy with different weights of iron, because obviously iron weight is random, so it's limestone. Yeah, I have different weights here. Same thing with the Atlas, different weights and different cargo. Well, it's not really for a wiki though, this kind of stuff. But anyway, let's see what happens if we stiffen the empty Flaber. Let's go straight to 200. I don't think we need to check all the different weights for an empty trailer. So it added more weight to the truck, which makes sense. Because by stiffening it, it's holding its own weight more. So it's not as low, and therefore more of its weight is pushing down onto the trailer or onto the semi instead of its own axles. Yeah, so it lost weight here, but it, wait, this is also, actually this cancels out. It added weight here, but then reduced here. Wait, this is the lead trailer. That's why. That's why it's different. But then, oh, I skipped one. I see. It's kind of the same though, but instead of the semi, it pushed the weight to the front axle instead. Yeah, you have bigger increments on the suspension stiffness compared to height. Wouldn't say any of them is better. It just depends on what you need, really. Obviously, you need the stiffness to carry heavy loads, but for cases like the Tanko, this is actually a very old setup of mine. Even before I made this spreadsheet, this is my setup for the Tanko, or at least something similar to it. I don't think it's exactly the same. And I gave it very low height, unlike the other trailers. Actually, I don't think this is a good table to look at for the trailers. Oh, it's here as well. I have two variations. Oh, the one is, I didn't go for this one. That's why it's not in the workshop. So there's no workshop number. So let's hide that. And these. And yeah, some of them I didn't end up testing because there's no point. Oh, it even says there. I have a note on why. Oh yeah, that's what this means. The S1 can't support the weight of these trailers. The D1 has a little more weight carrying capacity, so it has less that it's not compatible with. And then obviously the well, actually the S2 is also incompatible with these. Oh, but it's not because of the weight. It's because of the size. Yeah, because these are meant for the for the US style trailers, or dollies rather, because this is a US style trailer. So it can't fit the European dolly underneath it. You can't turn with it. And this one is gray. Oh, because I have two of them. What's the difference though? It doesn't say what I changed. So I think that's irrelevant now as well. Yeah, the Lomax is separate. I always test it separately. But yeah, for the Tanko, it just happens to work out that giving it low ride height and soft springs, at least in the back, is actually good for its weight distribution because the Tanko, yeah, the wheels on the Tanko is being a European trailer, it's quite far from the back. And then the what do you even call this? The thing that attaches to the fifth wheel. This part is also close to the front, much like the US trailers, but this is a European trailer. So those combination just happen to work out with a setting like this. And the reason I went with this is because it's a high center of gravity trailer. Oh, my company trucks are stuck on each other. Okay, who's blocking who? Oh, it's just the two of you. You need to give way. Okay, because this is a high center of gravity trailer, giving it minimum height and soft springs helps a lot with stability. So it's less likely to flip over. And it just so happens that it's possible to have this combination resulting in a good weight distribution. Although with milk, the rear axle is actually carrying more than the others, but with crude and fuel, it's actually fine. And the tires support 16 tons anyway, so this is still fine. So the rear, this thing, the what if we have 200? So make sure to release the handbrake so that there's nothing resisting the motion to allow the weight to settle. Yeah, it's the same here. The weight moves to the front when you stiffen. When it's not loaded, that is. And when it's loaded, it's the same. Yeah, the weight goes to the front even when it's loaded. So what we can do, well, for the rear trailer is easy because it only has two axles, but the front trailer is the lead trailer is gonna be tough because it has a three axles. Yeah, like I mentioned before, ideally you want more weight on the rearmost axle. So this is not good. Even with soft springs, this is not good. So we're definitely gonna need to adjust the height, not just the stiffness, because we have this on stock, but the front is already carrying more than the rear. But even after stiffening it, it just made it worse. And you can do many different things with height, but mainly giving each axle different height or adjusting both by either raising it or lowering it depending on the weight of the other axles around it. So right now the rear trailer is carrying less weight than the lead trailer. Although if we look at this is the weight of the yeah, this is a lead trailer and this is another lead trailer. So the middle trailer is carrying more weight. Oh wait, no, this is the X2. This is the two lead trailers. Okay. So the front trailer is carrying more weight than the second lead trailer. Yeah, so we have a gradual decrease here. I think I need the weight of the semi for this as well. I don't have the complete picture here. Yeah, you can see the has the correct weight. It's just the trailers having not ideal configuration. Well, actually, no. What's our average again? 94.9 divided by the 9 axles. No, wait, it's not 9 axles. It's only 8. Yeah, it's 11. So we need to put more weight on the semi if we can. And I think we can, yeah. Now that we stiffen, we can see here that when we stiffen, we put the weight to the front. And we do want the weight to the front, as in the semi-truck, not the front axles. Which means we can try. So when we're transferring weight to another axles, you can either lower the axle that you want the weight to go to, or raise the axle that you're taking the weight from. But I already have the setup for the semi correctly based on the other trailers. So we're not gonna mess with that. We're only gonna adjust the trailers. However, these are both lead trailers. So I have to somehow figure out a way to set them up to get the ideal distribution while still giving them the same setup as each other. So I'm actually gonna need a fifth column here and here because we have Three axles for the lead and then two for the rear. So the first thing you want to do is just adjust the whole, every piece, each piece. So yeah, we want to move the weight towards both the semi and the rear. So we should adjust the lead trailer to do that. And we can do that by increasing the height. So let's try giving it +3. Can't tell. Yeah, we only transferred a little bit of weight. The middle lead trailer now has more weight on its rear axle than the front. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it lost zero point 0.1 here. This one lost zero point 0.4. Gained zero point 0.1 here though. And a zero point 0.5 here. I don't think the height adjustment is actually gonna get us there. So we need something else. Oh yeah, we should be fixing the weight distribution on each piece first. Yeah, part of the reason we have less weight on the semi is because the front axle of the trailer is moving the weight towards itself instead of to the semi. However, when we do that on the second lead trailer, it will put more weight here and possibly... No, I don't think this will get affected much. Yeah, so let's try that first. So actually, I think we should do something like this. 1, 2, 3. That's not enough. Not for the lead trailer at least. But the second lead trailer, it does have more weight on the back now. So I think we actually need to adjust the rear. Probably give this a bunch of height. It does have more weight on the front axle already. And we did give this +3. So let's give that +3 and maybe +5. Okay, +5 was too much. Oh yeah, because these are very close to each other, unlike these, which are actually quite far apart. Okay, I think this is good. We should record this. So the height is 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. This is way better, but still not close to the ideal distribution. We can try the ride height adjustment. No, not ride height, the stiffness adjustment. So this, we have our first attempt with adjusting the ride height. So we can go back to the stock height and see what happens if we do something like this. Oh, we're softening it. It's too soft now. So we need to go keep this the overall stiffness, but move it to the back. Oh yeah, I should have removed the height adjustment. All right, let's see the difference now. That is a big gap, 200 and 300, which is why this is now at 15 tons. But that's fine, because we're not done adjusting yet. And the rear is 150, 200. And then we adjust the height. So obviously, if I kept the height like this, then it's gonna be even worse. So we need to do the height backwards in this case. So we can just, yeah, we can just try doing it in reverse. Although there's a big gap on the stiffness of this, so I guess we can not put the +1 on that one. Only do the +3 and +2. How about the rear though? The rear, yeah, it has more weight there now. But it is the rear, so it just needs the same height, maybe. Yeah, because we're increasing the height of the rear, which will naturally move the weight forward. Yeah, you see, it got more weight at the front here, although obviously still not enough. Yeah, this is such a big difference with the stiffness. But we do need more weight on that rear axle compared to having it flat. And if I soften this, then it puts even more weight on this axle. But there's just too much of a gap in the stiffness. Hmm. Maybe we just need much stiffer axle. So this is the empty axle. Yeah, that's a lot lower than this. So we can go stiffer. We have closer options in stiffness on the higher end here. I think for this one, we should actually go up 400, 300. I need to add these. So now I have 200, 300, 400, 300, 400. Alright, let's have a look again. So it looks like we have a weird situation here where the middle of... Oh, it's both. Okay, that's actually fine. It's both. 'Cause that just means we just need to reduce the height on it. Yeah, now you can see there's less weight here, but not on the second lead trailer. It's actually this one that has less weight on it. Although part of that could be because of this, so we need to adjust the rear. Maybe +2. Oh, that's too much. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the wheelbase on that is short. I can't be making big adjustments like that. Hmm, it's making a massive difference. So maybe it's actually the stiffness that I need to adjust? No. Hmm, nothing I adjust on this rear trailer making small changes. It's all big changes. What I can do though, because it is the rear trailer, is instead of giving them different stiffness or height, although actually it already has different stiffness, but yeah, that's why it's also making a big difference when I change the stiffness, because they're already so different. But because this is the rear, instead of giving them different values, I can just raise the overall height. Although that will put even more weight to this axle, so I think I can actually do something like that. 7 and 8. Yeah, there's more weight in the back now. It reduced the weight here somehow. Interesting. So this is equal weight now. But this is almost the same. This is not. Could it be what I actually need is not to adjust the trailers, but adjust the fifth wheel. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that, but I think based on these results, that's the solution. Yeah, I think I need these two further apart. Be like that between the two axles. And probably, no, let's not change that yet. Let's look at the results first. It added more weight here, a little bit, here and here. Even though I'm trying to move the weight to here, well, to the back really. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm trying to move the weight to the back. So I shouldn't be raising this. I should be lowering this. That's the problem. 'Cause I'm doing it wrong. Uh, yeah, I think the back is fine with 300, 300. In fact, because I want it lower, it's probably fine on 200. There's more weight here again, but that's because I haven't lowered it. Try 4. Yeah, there's more weight on the back now. Really, we haven't made much difference on these axles. How about the rest of the axles though? Nah, it's still mostly the same. Not changing much, because those axles are so far back. Yeah, making changes here doesn't change much, because they're so far back in the rear. Why is there a dino here on the trailer? Hmm. Maybe. No, I want this value. 36. It's gonna be overloaded. Well, maybe not. Because we do have a lot of weight we can add here and on the semi. Yeah, I think the solution is to lift one of the lead trailer axles. Which one? Maybe the front? Also, that truck is it's rolling backwards because I didn't have the handbrakes on. So let's see what happens if we lift that axle and remove all the other changes we made. We're probably gonna need, yeah, we can keep the stiffness like that. Let's just see what happens with this. This isn't really having much of an effect, but probably don't want it. Oh wait, no, I do want it lower. We're still really on 10 tons here in the back. We're not able to move the weight back there. Let's still take a note of this. Minus 10, minus 4. So I should be writing zeros here. Same stiffness, I didn't change the stiffness. Well, I did change this, right? It is 300 actually. Alright, let's take a note of this. Oh, it's not lifted. It's still touching. It's carrying very little though. See what happens if we lift the rear axles. I think this is not a good idea, but let's see anyway. Yeah, we just move weight off of the semi, which is the opposite of what we want. So I think I have the right idea of lifting the front axle. Unless the middle can actually work. Let's try lifting the middle. Kinda works in putting more weight on the semi. The rear is getting overloaded. Yeah, that doesn't work at all. So yeah, I think the only viable one is lifting the middle. Well, not the middle, the front. Even with that, we haven't really moved the weight to the back. Kinda just, it did put more weight to the semi. That's why this is lower now. In fact, that gave us the least weight out of all of this. This did the opposite effect. This is a small improvement, but it overloads the rear tires. So yeah, I think this is the way to go. And if you're gonna be transporting planks or anything heavier, you should just upgrade the tires, at least the back one, because this has other benefits by lifting this axle. In fact, that's a really good thing, I would say. Anything that allows us to move more weight to the semi is a really good thing because your drive axles is on the semi. So you want the weight there, as long as you're not putting in too much, which we're not. Especially now that we're taking, so we're essentially taking off one of the axles from the trailer. So now there's even more weight on the remaining axles. So the weight on the semi is still a lot less than this, despite the fact that we already put more weight onto the semi. And I think we need to go stiffer. So let's try, because we're taking off one of the axle, the other axles need to compensate. So we may as well try to max it out. So let's repair this semi. Does this need stiffer spring? I don't think so. It's kind of doing the same thing as these though, except there's no more trailer being attached back here. So I think, hmm, I don't think it needs to be too still. Alright, let's see what we got. The lifted axle is still not lifted, still touching. We did reduce the weight even more. We can even keep the unupgraded tires on this if we just change the distribution a little bit more. The lead trailer looks like it's gonna always gonna be overloaded though with this configuration. We're trying to figure out if there's anything we can do to get the weight here. Kinda looks like part of the problem is that This is supposed to have the cargo back here, unlike this. It's got a smaller space. This is 8.5 and this is 9.2. But then planks are really the only cargo that you can load on this that's anything close to being this heavy. Because you can't really fit all that many, what's it called, beams, metal beams. You can only fit a few beams here. In fact, I think you can only have two of those. And those are what, 4 tons each? So yeah, nothing close to the weight of this. What else can you put on a flatbed that's heavy besides coils? What if actually... Oh yeah, I moved the fifth wheel of this thing and I didn't note it down. I should put the handbrakes on before adjusting that. Where should the fifth wheel be? I think there. Also, I didn't realize you can move around while adjusting this. Because I've been avoiding adjusting this if possible. Why is this semi-squatting? Because I adjusted the thing? Oh, it is. Oh yeah, I changed the stiffness to 500. What did I put in the back? 300, still -4. So it's the same. So because I slip this in there, mixes with this table, I don't think there's a proper solution to this because we have this 10 tons each, and then we have this one 12 tons each, which we can change to 16 tons. And then we also have this, which is 12.8, and we can change to 19. Yeah, once you remove, uh, yeah, 19 and a half, if it's only two axles. What else can we try? I have space here to try some more things. But do we even have anything else left to try? What if the lead trailer in front is different than the second lead trailer? How much weight this is? 39, 33. Yeah, let's try that. Change the lead trailer. Let's not have the lift axle on this one. Let's put these back. So this didn't really change, but because we now have the lifted axle here, this is different from where's the most similar setup. I guess this. It's not flat. Well, we don't have a similar. So let's change it again to be like this one. Well, at least we have an easier comparison. Oh, yeah, we have two different lead trailers now. So that's gonna have to be like that. Just squeeze the data together. Yeah, so that's still mostly the same. But now we can compare this with this. Surprisingly, the rear axle is still exactly the same. Oh wait, I'm not comparing the right one. It's this. Yeah, so that's different. But also there's more weight, not less. Even though there's actually more weight on the back here than here. It's not what I would expect. Like if I move the weight to the back of this lead trailer, then I expect more weight on the semi, but actually there's less. So really what we just did is move the weight here to this trailer. Well, I guess, yeah, including those. We just move weight off of this to the other axles, really. What else should we try to solve this puzzle? Well, we can think about it for a while. I need a break anyways. Let's go take a break then. While we take a break, we can switch to watching some recordings that I have. I should have clicked, I shouldn't have clicked off yet. What do we want to watch while we're taking a break? Do I have those somewhere? I don't think I have what I'm thinking of yet. Yeah, I don't. Let's just continue what we were watching last time then, when I took a break in the last stream, which is some racing. Where did I put those? There it is. Is that it? What am I looking at? Why is there three of these? Well, never mind those. Just put the other stuff in then. And then where's the rest? This should be enough. And I can always change it during the break. Alright, let's take a break. Why is it not showing the stuff? There we go. So unfortunately, I don't have a recording of this, so I just took it from the live stream. Anyways, I'll be back in a little bit. Take a break for now. 136.5, and I think I'm still warming up the tires. Yeah, there we go. Is that my fastest yet? 35? I've only been doing 36s, right? Oh, looks like another race started. The race host on this one made a mistake of enabling the slipstream. That's why a bunch of people are crashing into each other because the slipstream effect, as you just saw there, is very strong. So even when you're braking, the acceleration from the slipstream is gonna prevent you from slowing down as quickly as the person you're slipstreaming from, and that's why it's so easy to crash into people when the slipstream is enabled. I didn't want to dive into that corner there, but apparently I braked too late. Good thing he was paying attention and gave the space. He was probably planning on giving back the position anyway because he only passed me using the slipstream. Anyway, don't think not anything much happens from here, but I'll let this finish and then we can go back to Motor Town. Looking at the numbers right now of the axle weights, in the case of the Flaber, I don't think there's any point in setting it up for planks specifically, because it's not gonna get overloaded anyway. So I think I should just set it up for as close to 10 tons per axle as possible, which means reducing the amount of planks that's loaded. Yeah, it looks like we can get really close to 10 tons per axle if I just remove 3 planks. One from the second lead trailer and 2 from the first one, but I don't think it will be possible to have 10 tons per axle even if I do that because I can't just move the weight around easily, especially because the weight of the planks are gonna be in different places when I remove them instead of having the weight distributed. Yeah, that's one idea I have. Don't think that's a good way to do this though. So the other idea, I guess since I'm just thinking of what to do next, we can keep watching stuff. Uh, I have on my screen the spreadsheet of the weight. I'm looking at them right now. I still like the idea of raising the front axle of the lead trailer. Because remember, this is with planks, which is the heaviest cargo by far. Not just on the Flaber, on the entire game. Like even the steel beams are much lighter because they take up more space and you can only stack 2 of them on top of each other. Oh yeah, I got the best lap on that one. In fact, my best lap is quite a bit faster than everyone else except the guy in second place. Oh, by the way, that's also Discord noises from the recording. Because as you can see on the top right there, I used to use the NVIDIA recording thing, which recorded all the sounds, not just the game. That's the NVIDIA Shadow Play, I think it's called. The icon on the top right, that's the indicator that it's recording. Yeah, I think I like the idea of just raising the front axle instead of reducing the planks and then just distributing the weight from there. Just so we can move on from the Flaber with planks and onto the other thing that I wanted to do today, which is the Longhorn setup and the as well as updating the other semi trucks. Although I'm probably not gonna finish that today. We can save the rest of the semi trucks for tomorrow. Yeah, we might not even finish the Longhorn setup today because it takes a while. Well, it can take a while. It's gonna depend on the truck itself. Speaking of, that means I'm going to need a trailer to weigh it down. Well, I do have the tankos that I already delivered to the Ansan Ring. We can use those to weigh it down for the testing and tuning. Oh yeah, the reason we need to do some testing on the other semis, not necessarily all of them, we can just use one. And the reason I went with the Flaber first today is to figure out the new transmission and FDR setup for the semi trucks. Because my old semi trucks all run with 13 speed and I think 2 FDR or something close to 2. Because that's really all you need back then when we only had the 40 feet, the single 40 feet trailers like the Tanko. But now we have the trains. We're gonna need a more powerful low gear than a 2 FDR 13 speed transmission provides. And we have more transmission to choose from now, although I don't think any of the new ones are good because they have less gears. But maybe, we'll see. So yeah, first we need to finish a setup for the Flaber so that we can use that to test which FDR we need, which FDR and transmission we need using one of my already set up semi trucks and then using that knowledge to complete the Longhorn setup. Yeah, that's gonna be the plan. What else? Hopefully we can get all of them done in at most 2 hours. Probably not though. I'm fine to go with for 3 hours or more longer. Especially now that I've taken a break. I still need a screenshot to use as a thumbnail for this live stream. I guess we can take the screenshot once we have the Longhorn and the Flabbers test. While we're doing the Flabber testing, we'll probably get some nice shots there. Going uphill with heavy cargo like the planks. Oh yeah, we're over 100 gross vehicle weight with that, right? How many planks is it? 9 per trailer? No, 6 per trailer. So 6 times 3 is 18. Times 5 is 90 tons. So yeah, plus the weight of the trailers and the semi is gonna be over 100 tons. And according to my existing Atlas setup, we only need to go up to 3.4 or something like that FDR to pull 100 tons. Although this doesn't sound right. I may have... I don't remember exactly how I got these numbers. Possible that it's not going to be useful for the trailers. For the... Anyway, that's why we're doing... Oh, it's finished the race. Alright, let's go back to Motor Town now. Yeah, I made a bunch of Atlas setups where... What's going on? I'm getting some... Oh, what's that? Nothing. Alright. So yeah, this one is my... Alright. My brother just went to ask a quick question. So yeah, as we can see, oh, not there. Where's that thing? Okay. So I showed earlier, actually, here already, the Atlas 6x4 setups. Oh yeah, I have them written here as well. So yeah, for the regular trailers, the old trailers, we can say. So Tanko 40, Vamos, Flanger, Kotra, Chavan, Eastwood, Balco. Those are what I use to figure out a setup for my semi trucks. So the minimum one is with wait a second, clicker, yeah, 2.17 FDR, and it's rated for 64 tons gross vehicle weight. Also, I should probably zoom this in for you guys, huh? Yeah, we can go with that. I don't remember what 22 tons is. Maybe is it in this? No, this is 24. 21.4. I think that's just, yeah, that's just the estimate. So 22.22 tons. And then I did some testing to figure out the rest of this. So these are all estimates. Although I would say these are general estimates, especially because you're not going to be driving the same steep road that I did my testing on, most likely, unless you're for some reason going up to Nobong or Dongsan with a heavy trailer, with something this heavy. I'm from the Philippines. It's 9 p.m. for me right now. That's why I would rather. I'm hoping we can get everything that I want to do today in within 2 hours. Yeah, because the road that I tested is the road going up to here, and even the one here. The roads here are very steep, and the only other roads that comes close. In fact, I'm not even sure if it comes close, but the road here on the east side are also a little steep, but I don't think it actually comes close to the road here. But the thing is, you can just avoid this by going through Migeum, because the Migeum roads are not steep at all. In fact, I used my normal 64 gross vehicle weight Atlas setup truck to take 9 coils from the steel factory up to here, and then I just turned through Migeum instead of going up the steep roads here. And it handled, how heavy is that? 9 coils? It's 14 tons each. It's 126 tons for just the coils. So yeah, I would say these are generous estimates. And right now, these blanks, which is probably the only thing you would be driving down this road because of the construction sites down here. In fact, you might not even do that if you're delivering planks down here because you can take planks from here and just drive around through here instead of taking planks from Sangdo and then going through here. But yeah, just in case you take planks through here, so that is the heaviest thing. And this is only 121 gross vehicle weight. Oh, so it's heavier than this, but lighter than this. Yeah, but the thing is, these are, like I said, these are generous estimates, so we can probably use this for this much planks. Because like I said, the East Road here, even though it's steep, I don't think it's as steep as the road that I used for testing to get these estimates. But yeah, let's go back to the Flaber now. So I like for the testing purposes that we're about to do, I like the idea of raising the front axle of the Flaber. That's the one I like the most. Let me go put that on again. Oh, this thing still has that height and the stiffness. Okay. Still not sure what to do with the rear though. So let's check whether we have the correct thing. Oh, this is the problem. I can't have this thing in full screen. I have to zoom out a little. I can make this bigger. We can still see the weight. Nah, the only GTA I really played online is GTA 5. All the other GTAs I only played for the single player mode. So let's see. Supposedly we should have this weight. Yeah, it's close enough. No, this is different. Why is it different? Oh, this is the mixed one. Okay, let me separate that. So it should be close to this. Why is there a difference? It should all be the same, unless the rear is actually different. It's 300 and minus 4. It's this. I have this. It's different. Well, let's just update it then, I guess. So clearly, we're not actually lifting this axle. In fact, I changed my mind. We're not actually gonna make it fully lifted. We can use it to provide a little bit of support so that we still have the same idea, but we won't need to upgrade the tires. So we just want to keep this to 16 tons or less. So first these two, we need to add weight to the back, and we can do that by, oh yeah, we have to consider both of them if possible. So we have the same setup for the first and the second lead trailer because they're the same trailer, so that you won't have to do separate things. So I guess I should actually adjust this one first. So I think 2, 3, 4. But this is more than this. Yeah, same thing here. We want more weight in the back axle, but we also want to use this axle a little bit. So maybe change this to 400. Alright, let's see what that does. So everything is still the same. All we changed is this one. Yeah, now, oh, this is now the one that is more than 16 ton. But we're not done adjusting yet anyways, because we're still over 16 here. And this is the one we're really looking at for now. So I think we just have to. I don't think having different stiffness is gonna work. I think we have to drop them both to 400. Wait. Ideally, this only works when it's needed. So it's gonna be a lifted axle when you're not carrying a load heavy enough to need it. So to get that effect, do we need these to be stiff or softer? I think we need them to be stiff. So let's go back to 500. And then I think we need to reduce the height there. Wait. Yeah, if I want it lifted, then I want it at -10. Which means, yeah, the answer is not to stiffen, it's to soften the 400. Let's see if 400 is soft enough. Looks like it's not. Right, let's put it on 300. Is the height? Yeah, the height is still the same on both. We have the stock stats, right? Lead trailer. It has more weight at the front. Gotta remember to check the stock configuration. Well, not stock, the unloaded, rather. Oh, the issue is this axle is not taking on enough weight because it's too soft. Well, it's softer than the others at least. So we need to give it the same stiffness. In fact, we probably need it to be stiffer. Yeah, we need it maximum stiffness probably. Otherwise, it's not gonna take on. No, we don't. Because then when we load something heavier than planks like coil, it's gonna be the one that's overloaded, which is not at all what we want. So let's just go with 300 across the board. Even the rear is on 300, right? Yeah. So they're all 300 now. And then we just need to reduce the weight on the middle axle. I think we can do that by increasing the height on that one. Yeah, because I don't want to reduce the height on this. Because it puts it closer to the rear, the lifted axle, as well as lowering it compared to this, which is not what we want. We want this higher than that. Hmm, there's still quite a bit of weight, so maybe actually no, my idea of yeah, we're already tried that idea. So actually, yeah, we should lower instead. I've tried shifting the weight with different heights, and because this is a train, it doesn't really work. We still need more weight here. These are still overloaded. This one is carrying more weight than this one, though. Oh yeah, I have it written here. What was it again? Gotta remember. Yeah, we're somewhere between these two in terms of our gross vehicle weight, which means our axle weight needs to be between them as well. And we're not close, we're not even close to that. So that's gonna be a problem. We're not gonna have enough grip. 44, 34. So we need 39 tons. 39 in two axles is 19 and a half. We only have about half of that. We need this to get up. We need this to be higher. Is the idea. Hopefully, we won't actually need to reach these target numbers. Because again, we're not going up the road to Nobong. We're just aiming for this east road, which is, I think, not as steep. We're still only having 22 tons though. Well, 23 tons. So I think we are gonna have a grip issue. And this is despite the fact that I already lifted the axle, the front axle of the lead trailer. If I didn't do this, we're gonna have even less grip because there's less weight on our drive axle. So we can't really do much more than this without going more extreme in our weight distribution and actually lifting the front axle so that there's more weight on our drive axles. So this might not work out after all. We'll see. Let's try to get this setup working first. So we still need 1 tons to go on this axle. No, that's not my thing. Which means I should be raising up the height, not lowering it. Yeah, so that more of the weight is pushed here instead of here, since we're putting it at an angle by raising the height. That's the idea anyway. Hopefully it works. That's why we do testing, not just tuning. For now, we're only tuning, but we're thinking about the testing that we need to do. Uh, why is it so overloaded there now? Did I do it wrong? Or is it because I went up in height this time instead of down? And I think we need more height anyways, so let's go plus 3. Oh wait, we're getting even further from the height of this by raising the height. But this doesn't work either. Hmm, I think we might have to stiffen the springs after all. Yeah, that doesn't work. So we can't be raising the height either. Or can we? We can, if we soften the springs. But is that actually a good idea? I don't think so. I think we should stiffen and just go with reducing the height on this to flatten it. We're close. In fact, we may have went too far. Well, that's why I took a break to recharge. I can't sound much more enthusiastic than this doing this because we're just running numbers right now, but I have plenty of energy right now after that break. So we need to lower this and no, I don't want to lower. I want to keep the stock height, so I guess I can increase that. Oh wait, no. There's a better solution to that, which is to make the rearmost axle even stiffer. Yeah, that doesn't even equalize the weight, at least not here. Here, we have more weight in the rear axle now, but here we still have more weight in the middle. Huh. Well, that's a problem. Well, let's do one problem at a time. There's still too much weight here. We need to move more weight to that axle. One problem at a time because when we change stuff like that, it affects the whole thing. You can't be thinking too far ahead. Okay, finally. So now I just want to balance the weight, but actually it looks like we can't really change much more on the lead trailer because 14.4 minus 15.5. Yeah, that's a difference of 1.1. And then 15.7 minus 14.8 is a difference of zero point 0.9. So we can make a little difference. Put that the difference of both our first and second lead trailer to 1 tons instead of having one of them on 1.1 and the other on zero point 0.9. So this is the one that is 1.1, which means we want to move a little bit of weight to the front. Yeah, that will make, if we can move zero point 0.1 tons to the front, well, actually not even zero point 0.1, we just need 0.05. We just need half. So we can do that by, how do we do that? Well, we can save this data now before we make any more changes. This is good. Oh, it changed. It looks better now. Not, yeah, because it released the tension between the stuff after I exited. So this looks better actually. We actually need to move the weight to the back. 15.8 minus 15.2. Yeah, that's only 0.6. Whereas this is 0.9. So this is the bigger difference. Oh wait, yeah. We do want to move it to the front, not the back. Because this is the one with the bigger difference. And this is the higher number here. Whereas this one, this is the higher number. So we move the weight to the front. It's not a small difference now. So I think, how do we move weight to the front? We give it more height? Hmm. How do we move a little bit of weight? Oh yeah, we should write the rest of this as well. We only want a little bit. Let's, yeah, we can try point one, see what happens. Yeah, that's too much. That's what I thought. What if we go back to 7? No, that's gonna overload it. Yeah, we're already at the edge of the weight. We can't be making changes like this. What else can we do to move the weight from the back axle to the middle? Actually, no, I want the opposite. Because even though the gap between these are closer compared to this is almost at 16 tons, which is the tire limit. Whereas this one is further, so we don't really care too much about this. They can have a gap between them, and that's fine. And in fact, this is a good buffer that we have here, so we don't need to move the weight to the back. But that's my current idea. It would, I think it would be better if we can move the weight to the back. But before we decide on that, let's check now what happens if we apply these setup to the unloaded trailer. Oh wait, no, not 10, 7. Wait, why did I have 6 here? Was this the info for 7? It was, right? Why did I have 6? Oh, I didn't even write the info yet. Our strings are now 400, 400, 500. This is unchanged. Yeah. So, 4, 4, and then 5. That's annoying. Let's move your route so that you stop giving me the pop-up. Yeah, that's a lifted axle. I was hoping it would be lifted higher though. It's not, because that's still gonna constantly catch the ground. And when it does catch the ground, it's gonna slip until it's spinning at the correct speed, which will accelerate the wear, which is not what, which is the opposite of what a lifted axle is supposed to be doing, which is to save on the wear. Yeah, because we put it down to just 7 instead of -10, so it's not as high anymore. Regardless, let's look at here now. Yeah, it's the same. It has more weight at the front. Oh yeah, let's move more weight to the back. But also, let's address that. Let's see if we can address the issue of this lifted axle not being lifted very high by stiffening it, but then raising it up again. Hopefully that's enough. It's only getting stiffened by 25%, and we're raising it up by quite a bit, so I don't think that's actually stiff enough. Yeah, we're overloaded here again. So what we can do to raise it up when it's unloaded is to soften these to 3 and 4, but then give it more height. Actually, no, because we're just canceling out this. So actually, we don't need to adjust the height yet. Yeah, because we already removed the -7 height to -10. Too heavy in the back now. Oh yeah, because our stiffness, yeah, 400% versus 500 is a difference of 25%, but 300 to 400 is 33%. So the rear is now much stiffer, which actually I think that's good. We just need to compensate for it. And like I said earlier, we kind of want to raise the height anyways, but we should only raise the height of the axle that we want more weight on. Yeah, that's even too much. Although, actually, hang on. I should have looked at something before deciding on the height change. I did not look at it, which is, yeah, we're overloaded. This is not soft enough. So we need to go softer. Maybe both on 300. Yeah, now that I think about it, because we do have this as a still thing. Yeah, I think this is fine actually. Initially, I didn't want to soften the spring, but now that I'm thinking about it more, I'm actually fine with that. Okay, we need to move weight to the rear axle. 300 and 200 is such a huge gap though, but I think that is the way to go. In fact, I think I want to do the same on this. Let's go 200, 300, and then just raise the height of the... Oh, this thing is -4. I think +1 is enough. Yeah, because that one has a shorter wheelbase. I gotta keep remembering that. Although I think for this one, +1 as well will be enough. We'll see. Alright, we've made a lot of changes again. -10, +1, 0, 1, 0, and then 500 and... What are we at now? 200 and 300. Alright, let's see what we got now. We still have too much weight in the back. What about not the rear trailer? Oh wait, no, the rear trailer as well. So we need to raise this up some more. Still not enough. Which makes sense, because yeah, we have a massive gap in the stiffness of our springs here. No, the rear trailer is fine now, though. In fact, it moved the weight so much. Possibly too much. Okay, it's bouncing around. Looks like I went too far now. Oh yeah, this is not bad. We can work with this. Let's go back down 3, 3. What's on the rear now? Was 2. Put it back to 1. We have more weight in the back again. Oh wait, no. The issue now is actually that, yeah, all the increasing in height unloads the lifted axle. That's the issue. So I should have been reducing the height of the rear axle instead. Because we already went too far on the height. We can't go too far on this. So we need to put this back to 2 and then -1 here. There we go. So we're below 16 tons again. Although we still have more weight in our rear axle. Let's see if we can fix that. Same thing here, but what's our setting now? +2 -1. And what about the rear? Just +1. Alright, let's save this. This is good already, but there might be a way to make this better. We have one more row reserved here for our final one, hopefully. So we just need to move a little bit of weight forward. And we can do that by... How do we do that? These axles are all really close to each other. We can do it by raising the overall height. So instead of minus 10, we go minus 9, plus 3, and 0. We can do a little bit more, but this is still 0.2. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not a thing yet. Minus 8 plus 4 plus 1. Alright, what do we have now? Uh, there's still more weight here. I think we got it previously. We needed to adjust the rear trailer instead. Let's go back to minus 9 plus 3 and 0. Not sure, but I think I saw it on Trello. It's probably in low priority though, which is why it's still not in the game. What is it? Plus 3 and 0? And we still have 1 and 0 in the back. So I think what we need to adjust is the rear trailer now, because it's dragging the back of our second lead trailer. I think that's what's happening anyway, which is why even though I raised up the height of our lead trailers, there's still more weight in the back axle than the middle one. And even the rear trailer has too much weight on the back anyway, so I think we need to raise this just like the lead trailers. So we can give it plus 3, because that's what we gave the middle axle of our lead trailers. Hmm, it put more weight in the back. We have, oh, we have 2 and 3, yeah. Should I change it? Yeah, that's the reason it needed different heights, because they have different stiffness. That's too much. Is this not changing though? Hmm, I need to split these. Maybe, hmm, Well, the closer we get to finishing it, the more we can hide. It's just that we're still working on it, so I'd rather see everything. But yeah, even if I hide it, it's still there, technically. So yeah, the list is still longer. Once I hide some of them, then it will look shorter, but technically it's all still there. It's just not visible. Um, so I think that's it then. Let's just lower this a little to get it even. Yeah, there it is. Don't think I can do anything with this anymore. We'll just have to let that. Oh, it got closer. Would have been nice if we can see more decimal numbers so we can actually see what's going on. But so what did I change to? Let's update the numbers first, I guess. 15.4, 15.5, 5.1, 14.6, 10.2, and 10.3. So it's now 3 and 2. Let's check everything. 5, 2, 3, 9, 3, 0. 5, 2, 3, 9, 3, 0. Double check. Everything still looks the same. Well, we lost point ones here, but that's just rounding numbers. All right. Oh, put on the handbrake. So now let's see if we put that same setup on this one. What are we gonna get? Yeah, that's lifted even higher now. And I think it's actually high enough, I would say. Ideally, obviously, it's even higher, but since it's not actually a lifting axle, that's about as good as we'll get, I think. Yep. Oh, that's not 500. Okay. Remove the handbrake to release the tension. So it's this setup. Copy over to here. What's this? Why did I not write something here? It gotta be the 200. But that's not sure. So let me mark that. So this is actually lifted now. 5.2, 1.7. All right. I'm good with that. Let's try the rear one now. 200, 300. And then what's the height? Oh yeah, this is not part of the lead trailer. Oh, I should copy it over though before removing from there. So I need 3, 2. Yeah, so because the spring of our rear trailer 200 is 200 and 300, I think if we had slightly lighter load, this will be 1010, which is the goal for that one. Containers and tankers. We have tankers here as well. The tankers should be easy though, because the tankers are lightweight. They shouldn't have much weight issues unlike this, where planks are super heavy in this game. Same thing with the containers. The containers are also very heavy, but the thing is, uh, you have two choices there, the 40 feet and the 20 feet trailers. And that kind of simplifies what we need to do there. We're gonna need to test and tune more because we have those two sizes that we need to test and tune, but it will be easier to test and tune for them. The main issue with containers is finding the container weight. I don't think I got close to, well, I grabbed the ones that I think is closest to the container weight that I need for testing and tuning, but we're probably gonna need to replace the containers that we took here once we've dialed down the setup and figure out how much weight containers we actually should have on them. So as that's good enough for the Flaber. Not what I thought would we'd be making with the lifted axle. Well, not lifted support axle, where it's lifted when without load, but it does work when you have a lot of load, a lot of weight, that is, which is probably just planks. What's the next heaviest after planks? The steel beams? You can only have two steel beams per flabber, which is not very heavy at all. Although I guess we did soften the main axle. So maybe it's actually the beams are actually heavy enough to use the extra axle. I don't know. It's a huge weight difference though. Anyway, let's go to the next step now. And so we have the Flaber setup version 1. Oh yeah, let's put this in the workshop. Oh, our company vehicles are stuck again. That's the first time I saw them get stuck over there. How did they even get stuck on each other? Is this guy trying to make a turn here? No, that's the problem with containers is they have random weight. But yeah, because we have the two options of 20 feet and 40 feet, it shouldn't be as hard as the Flaber. It will just take time because we have to switch containers probably. If my estimates are wrong, which it probably is, because I don't have anything to work off when I grab the containers that I grab now. It's pure speculation on whether my estimates are close to what we'll need or not. So I want this thing again. So I guess I can just change the truck. Yeah, we don't want to use the 6x2 anyway, because this is not gonna definitely not gonna pull this much weight uphill. Oh, I don't even need to unhook it actually. I just have to despawn it. Do you need repairs? No. Right. Let's get you out of the way so I can use the spawner. And let's switch to our 105 tons gross vehicle weight rated setup here and see if we can get this train through the steep roads on the east coast, of- on the east side of the island. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure the springs on this is the same. Yeah, because this is one tier higher. So I don't think I changed the springs. Yeah, this is my normal springs, okay. Because that's the thing with these setups that are even higher rated. Because they're supposed to take more weight. I actually adjusted their suspension for that extra weight. But since we're towing a train, not a single heavy trailer, the weight is distributed across the axles. So we don't need heavier duty suspension on the semi truck, unlike with these. In fact, what did I even do to get something really heavy for these? I don't remember. Anyways, let's go. Oh, can I repair this thing? It's got damage. Alright. Yeah, testing and tuning of trucks and trailers is very different to my testing and tuning sessions of cars where I actually get to drive around a lot. With these trucks, it's a lot of sitting in the garage. At least with the trailers, that is. The rigid trucks also don't spend much time on the garage. And yeah, it looks like my truck is handling this perfectly. Oh yeah, let's have a look at our weight distribution once again. Yeah, got good weight distribution on this. So yeah, even though I haven't updated my truck setups, you can still use my current ones, just increase the FDR if you're pulling heavy weights like this. And that's your guide right here, those numbers on which FDR you're gonna need depending on the weight. I think I posted that somewhere on someone else's Discord server. I probably should have forwarded it into my Discord server. I should find that post so that I have it saved in my own server as well. But yeah, this with my suspension setup on this truck and now the trailer suspension setup as well. This is handling really nice. Only thing I'm concerned about is the whether we're gonna have enough grip going up hills. On the steep ones anyway. Actually, I remember taking which one was it? The Cuda probably? The Cuda flatbed? Or maybe it's the box truck. Regardless, it's the Cuda rigid truck with a dolly and flanker behind it that is full of planks. So that's 3 plus 9 planks, 12. This is much heavier. And even though we have 2 axles on this thing, 2 drive axles that is, the Cuda has the advantage of the weight of the planks being directly above the drive wheel, the drive axle. So it's giving it a lot of grip on that one drive axle. Actually, while we're here, we can try out the steeper road. we probably won't make it because of the fact that it's way too steep here. But we can try. We're here anyways. May as well. Oh, and yeah, a lot of people saying when pulling heavy loads, their trucks do a wheelie. With my setup, you won't get the wheelie stuff. Okay, yeah, we're making it. We're moving. We're doing a wheelie now though, because it's very steep. Alright, let's line our stuff up. It's pulling right. This is one of the steepest roads though, so it's expected to do a wheelie over here. We're not doing much of a wheelie though, but it's enough of a wheelie that we're turning where we don't want to go. Come on, there we go. Go left. Oh, it's going right again. Our wheels are just barely above the ground. Come on, turn. Our wheels are on the ground now. Oh, we're turning, but we don't have the grip anymore. Because we're off-road. I'm surprised we're making it. I'm like, since we're under my estimates. But I guess this isn't really the hardest section here yet. It's further up the road. So if we can make it up here, we can probably make it up the East Coast Road then. Unless it's actually steeper than I remember. So let's turn around now. There's harder sections up ahead here if you keep going. Not that much harder, but considering we barely made it and we're doing wheelies, we're probably not gonna make it over the harder ones, even though it's only a little bit harder. Why am I hearing skidding wheels? I'm barely applying the brake. If if I wasn't in an Atlas, it probably would have been easier actually. Because the Atlas is not the heavy semi. So if I was using my other semis, it probably would be able to go up there without doing wheelies. But also, you can just move the fifth wheel forward. Speaking of, did I put the fifth wheel positions to the default position yet? That's gonna affect the setup. I put it in the default position, right? Let's have a look. I didn't move the semi-truck. This looks like it's in the middle. In fact, it looks like it's even further forward, but I have no reason to have it too far forward, so I'm guessing this is actually the default position. Yeah, it's the same here. So I think it is on the default position. Yeah, because I remember putting it back to the default. But yeah, if you're pulling wheelies, you can just move it forward. That's gonna help a lot with wheelies. Because it's gonna give the same effect as my suspension setup is doing, which is moving the weight to the front of the semi. Also, I might actually start putting heavy duty radiators on these semi trucks now. Because all my semi trucks still have stock radiator. What even is the heaviest cargo before these trailers? The containers, 72 tons. Yeah, that's nowhere near what we're carrying right now. 121. Struggling how? Like, are you doing wheelies? Even after you move the fifth wheel forward? Or are you just going really slow? No traction, yeah. That's why I decided to lift the axle on this trailer to give me more traction on the drive wheels. So even though we have these now, the rigid trucks actually still have a good purpose then. Because those things have more grip. Because you're putting cargo directly on top of the drive wheels on those. It's very awkward driving around a rigid truck with a dolly and two trailers behind it, though. Especially if you're backing up into spaces. Oh, we're doing wheelie? Come on, let's go. I should have shifted down to L sooner. I lost my momentum. I don't think this would have been this bad if I just shifted down to L sooner. I didn't realize I was still in a high gear, so I only downshifted twice, and it only put me to second instead of going all the way down to L. What was it again? 3.55, if that table is still correct. That's why I have number 3 on this truck. Well, that's what we're testing here for. Depending on how steep the roads here are, I might need a higher ratio because we're towing more than 100 gross vehicle weight here. And my estimate here of 3.55 is only rated for 104. And the most important thing is being in the right gear. Because obviously, when you're shifting, you're not putting down power. And when you're not putting, the moment you stop putting down power, you lose all of your speed when you have this much heavy cargo going up hills. Doesn't matter how good your ratios are if you're not driving the right gears. There, I shifted to L early this time, so I didn't stop before being able to put the power down again. So I still see a steep road up ahead, but we've cleared that section just fine. And that's what having the lowest ratio necessary is gonna help you with, which is why I have really low ratios on my trucks. This makes it easier to find the right gear because you only have a few gears to choose from. And as someone like me who's shifting one gear at a time because I don't have a shifter, it's also faster for me to get to the gear that I'm going for because there's less gears to go through. This looks quite steep. Holding the gears in automatic is good, but manual is still way better if you're actually if you actually know which gears to use, obviously. Yeah, so here if I had a higher ratio, I think I could have used first instead of L. So far seems easy. So, is there anything steep up the road? I don't think so. Yeah, we're done with the steep uphills this direction. Oh, there's one more up here, but I don't think we need to worry about this one. Yeah, this is easy. Is there a steep road up ahead going the other way? The other direction, rather, not the other way? Oh, I guess this section right here looks pretty steep. This road that I'm about to go down now. Let's try going up this. Although there's not really any delivery northbound on this road, is there? Besides coils. And coils are, well, it's extremely heavy, so you probably shouldn't be using this road for coils. You should be going through Migeum. One more up ahead? That's the road split to Migeum. I've taken coils from the steel mill through here. I don't think there's anything steep there. Unless you're talking about down going southbound. Oh, what the heck? Even with this heavy load, we're really having to push that ghost out of the way. Okay, so this isn't very steep. I probably could have used first actually. In fact, let me try shifting to first now. Yeah, we're accelerating. Let that cool off. So my estimates was right, I think. Well, my estimates are for the extremely steep roads going to Nobong, not this road. So for everywhere else, yeah, it's actually you can probably go even a slightly lower FDR. Although there is the wheelie issue, maybe. It could just be because I'm in the Atlas instead of the other trucks that you really should be using for heavy loads like this. Oh, I'm still going really fast, but we made it through. Just had a little bit of understeer because we were going too fast. Oh yeah, here's another steep area. Doesn't look very steep though. But yeah, I don't think there's any northbound deliveries through here. Oh, this is actually quite steep, huh? Yeah, we're sliding. But yeah, there's no northbound deliveries through this road anyways, besides coils. And if you have coils, you should, well, depending on how many coils you have, I guess. But you have a lot of coils. Just go through Migeum instead. Because even the beams are much lighter. Logs? Yeah, but you're going southbound, not northbound. Are you? I'm going northbound right now, and this is the steepest road here, which is northbound. Oh, can we even turn around? Okay, there we go. See if we can do this somehow. Because I got stopped. Maybe if I didn't get stopped, I'd make it. Nope, doesn't look like I'll make it. We're losing traction. Maybe if I go at an angle? Nope. This road doesn't look steep if you're just looking at it, but yeah, it is. Right, what if I try at an angle from the start? Oh, I misshifted though. We didn't get stopped, but now we're off. Alright. Well, sand is not that heavy either. Well, we don't really have a trailer for sand though. We just have the small one. So of course it's not gonna be heavy. Although I guess if we ever do get bigger dump trailers. You are gonna wanna go through this road, huh? For limestone. Alright, let's lose some of our cargo so we can make it through. Because our company truck is about to pass through. We need to clear the road. Oh, and yeah, you can always do this. If for some reason you couldn't make it up the road. Because there's only a few steep sections anyway. So just disconnect the one of your trailers. And then reconnect once you're through. Oh, whoa, whoa, where are you going? You drop your trailer. What happened? How did he lose the trailer? Was it not connected? It's just driving around with the trailer dragging instead of being hooked? Because I don't think he hit me. It's just that the trailer suddenly stopped. Oh wait, no, I need the truck. Why am I running to the trailer? I think the trailer was not connected. He's just driving with the trailer on top of the fifth wheel instead of being hooked. So the slightest touch of my trailer caused him to lose the trailer. Yeah, but I don't think it was like a hit. I think it's just a tap. And because the trailer was not connected, he was able to just keep going. Oh, can I not reverse into this? But yeah, you just need at least 3.55 FDR. Unless you're taking flanks northbound this road for whatever reason. There isn't a northbound blanks delivery. Yeah, it should work. 3.55. I got I can still go lower FDR I feel like even. But I am in the Atlas and the Longhorn is heavier. So yeah, for the Longhorn, you probably want the 3.55. That's part of my estimate. When I did these calculations, I was thinking about the fact that the Atlas is lighter than the other semis. So I had to go with slightly higher FDR than what the Atlas needs. The Atlas can probably get a lower FDR than the others. These trailers are stock. The only modifications I did are what you saw me in this stream. But on my all of my old trailer setups, I have 200% brake power on the trailers. And I think 130 or 150 on dollies. That's why I'm braking very lightly. Although, yeah, I guess these ones don't have the increased brake power. At least I don't remember putting any modifications on this. Yeah, they need to fix the braking. Doesn't scale properly with the weight right now. It's too much. Well, you can adjust your brake linearity. That's why it's easy for me to brake lightly. What is my setting for that? Yeah, I put it down to 75. I can go even lower if I want to be more precise with light braking. Oh, I clicked gamepad. I need to click that again. Reducing the linearity on your braking and gas allows you to be more precise on the lower end inputs, which is where you want the precision anyway. The only reason I haven't turned mine down any lower is because I have soft keys on my keyboard. So it's kinda already giving me, it's already making it very easy for me to press it lightly. If I was on my controller, I'd turn it down, but on my keyboard, it's already very easy for me to do light inputs. Yeah, I'm on an 80HE. Oh, that ghost got flung off the way. And another one. Yeah, I think if you look at the last year and every other year, Watertown updates are always kinda late. Although I think this is the first time we actually missed the Halloween. Oh, the exit is here. I don't really remember exactly when the updates release, but yeah, I think it's always late. I thought the reason we had the 7.15 plus 1 was to add the Halloween update, but for some reason it wasn't included. Oh, we should have tried the steeper road. Should we go back? Hmm. Let's try the road here. Because yeah, I felt like... Oh wait, no. We already found our limit on this road. So yeah, we probably won't make it up there. Maybe with the other trailers, we can make it there. Well, probably because yeah, the planks is the heaviest. This setup is not complete yet, so I'm actually supposed to drive into the garages. Yeah, because you can have three trailers. Wait, actually, yeah, the containers are heavier. Because this is only 30 tons per trailer. So 30 times 3, whereas containers you can have 30 times 4. Yeah, 4 containers is gonna be heavier actually. That needs to be tested first then, before we can go for the Longhorn. We need to test the containers first. Because yeah, we might be able to take these containers up the steep roads, even though it's heavier, because it's gonna give you more grip, and therefore we might need a higher FDR. Although, nah, because you don't have deliveries for containers that goes through the steep roads. So we can proceed with 3.55 FDR on the semis. No need to change the suspension setup either. I'll be testing it, yeah, but yeah, there's no point. It's just for knowing the limits. I already have testing of the limits for how heavy is it? With the two Terras. How heavy are these? Each Terra is 60 tons? So this is the same weight as the containers. How heavy are the Terras again? Is it on Motorpedia? It's not, right? There's no weight stat here. No. What? Where are my Terras? Oh, it's in heavy machinery. Oh, this is only 40 tons. So what's our gross vehicle weight here then? There we go. About the same as the planks. But yeah, with this you have a lot of grip. So it's able to go up the steep road right here. And this is with a rotator, not a semi-truck. The semi-trucks have even more grip. You can see the traction control is kicking in because I just barely have the grip. But yeah, it makes it up just fine. But I don't remember what FDR that is. Let's see. It's actually a good thing to compare to. Rotator. What FDR do I have on these? 4, which is between these two, which is, yeah, the weight was between there, 120 tons. But maybe I have a different FDR on this one though? I don't think so. Yeah, this is also for FDR. So yeah, I think I'll be putting 3.55 on semis now then. That's the only thing that needs to update on my semi builds. Although I guess I can update the brake balance, but the thing is, you kinda really want this, probably, the maximum rear bias. Also, that's not a thing on the trailers, right? Oh, it is. How is this gonna work? There's three axle. Huh? This is why this kind of tuning is dumb. I don't know why we're still updating the game with tuning like this. We really need a different system where it's actually showing you the values instead of just a percentage. I was hoping that when we finally get something new on the tunings, which is what this is, that we'd actually get the actual values, but apparently not. We're still working with this. So how the heck does that work then? When you have three axles, how does it change the bias? And yeah, we need more adjustment. This is 10% adjustment. That's too big. I've already made builds where I would have went for something in between, and we're still in testing. So I've only made a few builds in this testing with that tuning option. So we really need that. Let's have a look at the trailers, the new ones. Yeah, it's right here already. Nice. It's 60-60 all around. So yeah, it's probably just the front and rear, which in the case of the Flaber, let's have a look at our weight again. I think this is what we went for. I should have marked it. Yeah, 9.3. Oh yeah, the truck has three axles as well. Well, not that. Yeah, 60, 24, 20. Same here. So yeah, you can't change this, which is gonna be horrible. You wanna increase both of these, not just this. Especially for my setups. Because in my setups, well, actually, yeah, this is what I wanna increase, not this. Because it's unloaded. Unless you're carrying something heavy, then it's fine. But still, this is what I wanna increase the brake on. but I can't do that. So I guess it's not time to update my setups yet until that gets addressed somehow. We are in testing, so hopefully something gets done about that. What about stuff like the rotator? So what happens to these axles? This is all the same. It's possible that for trucks, it actually transfers the brake bias from here to all three and distributes them. But for this one, it's different on the center and the rear. Even the 6x4 is different. Yeah, this one is the same. So it's possible they both gain equal distribution. Yeah, it's the same here. Same here. Yeah, most of them have the same ratio on the back. So I think it's possible that these both count as the rear. How it will be distributed though is unknown because like if I take 20 off here as stated in the menu, like for this, does both of these get 20 or do they get only 10 each? This one has 40/40 because this is both, it has two steering axles. And then you have the rotator where you have three axles in the back. Yeah, this needs a lot more clarification than what we have now. The trailer should, with three axles, should also be indicating what happens to the center. I guess we can look at them, but I'm pretty sure it's the same. Yeah, it just says front and rear. We can do some quick testing. Let's put on maximum rear bias, which is probably what you want. I'm guessing it's actually percentage, so 38 distributed through three axles. So we're gonna have 38, 36, 36 is my guess. Do I wanna lift the axle or not? I think not, because we have the brake bias on the rear now. I wanna use all of that bias on the rear. Let's put it on drift mode actually. This thing is so slow though, we're only up to 50. Yeah, that looks like our rear axles. No, wait, that's a single. Well, this one is. This is dual. I guess the front is as well, yeah. Let's try to get more speed. Don't really have much space here for how slow this is. And then let's try if I lift it. What even are we expecting with lifted when it's lifted? Oh, it's smoother. Huh. Is my distribution not good when it's down? Possibly. No, it's good. Well, the back is light, but what if it's up? Yeah, it's expected to brake smoother when I have one lifted. Anyway, we can save that for tomorrow because we're running out of time today. For today, we can investigate further tomorrow. For today, I really wanna do the Longhorn. Um, I guess we need to compare the semis, figure out what we're gonna need for the Longhorn. Uh, where are my rocks? What is this one doing here? Oh, for the hover. Yeah, we still don't have the hovers. Yeah, I was hoping to place something else as well, but I really want to finish these today, so I'm gonna keep going here. Alright, see ya. Hopefully tomorrow. Well, probably not, actually. So I'm gonna have to save it for Monday. So, I guess we can look at what we have here. Still don't have 450 kg stuff. The 6x2s are close enough, actually. I don't know why I'm trying to grab a 6x4. Well, it's probably not even gonna be similar to the Atlas. In fact, let's just check the Golema already. Uh, didn't wanna spawn. Oh yeah, I just wanted to see this. Yeah, 3.4 on the rear. What about the Golema? Yeah, that's much heavier. 5.7. Well, I guess I don't need to be spawning them. I have the stats right here. Yeah, that's exactly the same thing. So I should just check the Longhorn already. So what do we have here? Um, 5 total, probably? No, it's gonna be less. Or is it? I'm reducing the weight on the back, which may or may not increase the weight at the front. Huh. Anyway, this is 4.7 total. It's compared to... This is 4.7 as well. This is 4.4. What about the other one? Also 4.4. 5.6, 5.7. Interesting. So the FL1 is actually the closest, huh? The Golema is back heavy. Yeah, it's lighter in the front, whereas the Longhorn is lighter in the rear. At least as the current tuning shows. Maybe once I adjust the tuning, it's gonna be different. So the benchmark is gonna be either the Chauvin or the Eastwood. This is close as well, right? Yeah, 4.4. It's lighter. Hmm. Yeah, I think I need Chauvin with flanks. Although we already have Tankos here, so I may as well check that out. Tankos loaded with milk. Oh yeah, I don't have my tuning on this thing yet. I can't drive it. the same way I drive my tuned semis. And then we need planks inside the van 10. Oh, I can use the company truck. I can just figure out which one it is. This one? Well, this one is attached to an empty trailer, so this should be fine to remove. The Longhorn. Van 10. I don't care where. It's not heavy enough. It's too light. Oh, I can't unload anymore. Whatever. Yeah, that's what? 8.4 plus. I can add 2.3 tons more. So what is this? Plus 2.3 tons. 21.7. What is 21.7 here? Nothing. This is closer, but overweight. So I need two things then. Oh, the containers I'm gonna have to find. So I guess we're going with Lanker then, even though it's a little bit overweight. My tab is not working in the menus again. Lanker. Alright, let's see what happens with this one. Yeah, there we go. Actually, we still have weight to spare. Interesting. Oh, huh. Yeah, this is a stock Longhorn, so the suspension is too soft for plank, which I would have expected to mean because there's more weight on this thing that I'm actually gonna need more weight. But somehow less is working better? I don't know. We just have to I forgot to assign the route. Just remove it for now. Assign the route and then attach again and then go back there. Alright, let's see what we can do here. So there's a pattern for most of the semi-trucks, which is double the stiffness and then triple in the rear. It's only the Atlas trucks that has stiffer springs. The Titan is slightly stiffer as well, so I didn't go 200, 200, 300. The Golima is also 2 to 3. The Jimusi is meant for lighter cargo, but it can handle the same stuff really. So, but yeah, it needed something stiffer, and then these are single rear axle trucks, so we don't care about that. So the Longhorn probably gonna need 2 to 3, considering it looks like it needs to be stiffened. And then there's also the height adjustment. So I make the middle axle taller, depending on the truck. It is only -1, whereas this one is -3. Actually, do they have any other difference? Yeah, they don't. Whereas this one, I actually lowered the rear, even though it's also +3 like the Atlas. The Jimusi is +4, but I also increased the rear to +2, so it makes sense. But Titan is only +2. The Golima even has -1. So we'll be able to figure that out once we have the other trailer. For now, we only have the milk trailer. So what was it again? The FL1 is the most similar. So we need to look at this. Let's try the +3. Everything seems to have the +3. And make sure you have everything else, because these will affect the weight. Yeah, even this is 8 kg. I don't remember my brake upgrades, if I even have any. My trucks. Yeah, no brake pads. Oh yeah, because it's the trailer that really uses the brakes. So the trucks don't really need adjusting. What's the wheelbase on this thing compared to the others? Probably most similar to the Golema. The Golema is longer wheelbase and longer body, but not that much. And it has plus 10. And now let's compare with the Titan. It has plus 5. It's probably more similar to the Golema, but best make sure. Yeah, this is much shorter. Alright, so I want the plus 10 on this one as well then, probably. Tires we don't need. Yeah, we definitely don't need tire upgrades. Yeah, it's only the single. Well, actually, hmm, I don't know why I marked this as red. Does that mean they're not supposed to use these trailers? Or does that mean that they just need the upgraded tires for them? We can check, I guess, if I have upgraded tires. Nope. Bulk wheels. Hmm. I think I matched the wheels. In fact, do I have it noted here somewhere? Only for the dolly. Hang on. Let me check here. In my master list. Titan. Yeah, don't mention the wheel, but I did change the wheels of the Titan and the FL1 to Jamusi. I'm looking at the screenshots. What wheel is that on the SRT? Can't really see. I think it's the stock SRT wheels. Yeah, that's what it is. What about Yeah, those are just stock wheels. I only changed the Titan and FL1 wheels to Jamusi wheels because I couldn't quite get the ride height that I wanted for those through the ride height tuning. So I got the very small height adjustment through the Jamusi wheels because as you can see, the Jamusi wheels gives us slightly lower height. Okay, so these are all cosmetics. Also cosmetics. Same thing there. And with that. So I'm not putting any of those. Ooh, they put in the utility inside. Doesn't this thing already have a massive fuel tank? Yeah, 1100, which is even bigger than the Golema. But still, there's not really any point in putting a utility box, especially when it's hidden back there. Although, try that, just so we can see. Wait, oh, it's the small box. Yeah, you can't really access it very easily. So you may as well just put in the fuel tanks because your trailer can have utility boxes on them anyways. So on all semi trucks with utility slots, you really should just give it bigger fuel tanks. Okay, now let's look at our weight. I'm not gonna do everything, every trailer, but I'd still like to copy them. Actually, let's put it up here with the Golema. Um, I want it like that. Because this is, yeah, that's the Titan. That's Golema. Don't need these or these. But, okay. Then take these off. Alright, let's put in the numbers. So that we can compare. That looks about the same. We might need to lower the Longhorn. Because it's putting too much weight there. And there's too much weight in the back. So I need to lower the back. And I need something heavier than a Tanko. Heavier by not much. I have 0.8, so 0.4 per axle, which is what the Chauvin is. So I should have went for the Chauvin. Why did the Chauvin show very low weight earlier? And where is my thing? Oh, it's almost here. That's too much. Yeah, that's exactly the same as the Viz. Yeah, so I think I need the Chauvin. I don't know why it was showing very low weight earlier though. I shouldn't have replaced it with the flanker that's on its way here. But whatever. We're just gonna get more data from that. I have right now 0, 3 minus 1. Oh wait, that's not in the correct place. Also, I did not need to remove these. Oops, why is there too many? Huh? There's no hidden cells here. Oh, because I'm copying the Titan data? Yeah, there we go. I wasn't supposed to include these two. Then I went with 200, 200, 300. Oh, so far it's exactly the same as the Goldino. Oh, and I placed, well, yeah, that's where it should be actually. Hmm, I updated the height. Yeah, so we have some different numbers now. Yeah, that's exactly the same as this, but I'm keeping it here for now. Because we might change something once I see the stats with the flanker and the Chauvin. The Chauvin is what I really needed though, I think. That's my company truck. Oh wait, it's in the way. I need to clear the spawner. And grab a Shaban, as I should have done. Yeah, I don't know why it's lighter somehow. Most of the weight that gets added from the parts is added to the front. So the rear should be similar, unless that's not actually the case. Like upgrading the engine somehow adds weight to the back of the truck instead of the front. Yeah, we're over. Well, yeah, we're over the weight as expected. Because I should have taken the Chauvin instead. But let's give this thing all the stuff. And see what happens. I don't think I changed anything there. Probably want some spacers. Well, already quite wide actually. Yeah, let's just go 40 on the rears. I'm good. This is actually going quicker than usual, which makes sense because I have all this data now that I didn't have before. In fact, even the Flaber setup was quite quick now that I think about it. Brother, I used to have, what is it, 50 mil? But with all the updates recently, I decided to spend all of that so that I have four of everything. That's why I'm down to only 5.7 million now. But now I own four of everything in the game. At least four, actually. Some of them I have more than four. Anyway, let's go see what we have here now. Yeah, the spacers added weight. Somehow got lighter here. Hmm, is this the first time you've seen? I'm guessing, yeah, it's probably your first time seeing me then. I've been playing this game for more than 2 years. My character level is 6,000. And that's despite the fact that I spend so much time doing stuff like this where I'm just parked at a garage tuning vehicles. Because that's what I do. I have an entire Discord channel that I made specifically to post all of these builds that I make, linked in the description if you want to see my all my stuff. Like every build you see here, like the decals and whatnot, I made all of these. I didn't download any of them from the workshop. Yeah, I'm that guy who makes builds from scratch and then shares it for everybody who's interested. I've spent hours on every build really throughout the years that I played this game. In fact, I have this spreadsheet right here for weight distribution. Ever since we got the update that shows us the weight distribution per axle, started making stuff like this. It's over 1,200 lines now. And right now I'm working on the Longhorn, which I really should have had a long time ago, but haven't really found the time to do so until now, that is. How about you? How much time have you played this game? Like when did you start working? Not working, because I read what you said. When did you start playing this game? How long have you been playing? Oh yeah, I want the utility slots as well. Almost forgot about that. What else? I think that's good now. Why is it so heavy on the middle axle? Did I do something wrong? I did. It's supposed to be 200. Oh, so you're trying the demo then? This is Flanker 3. Yeah, this is Flanker 3. It doesn't have the side panels, so it doesn't have the S on its name. And yeah, in fact, in my Discord today, uh, why is it not showing? Oh, because it hasn't found the thing. There we go. In my Discord today, someone even told me, you're literally Motortown Wikipedia. You share the knowledge on things that I didn't know I can need in the future. That was a conversation after my stream yesterday. You came to the right place then, kinda. I got plenty of things you can read whenever you want in my Discord, like guides, info dumps and whatnot, links to stuff, useful stuff. Like, if you're looking for any information about the game that you can't find in the game, I recommend going here, motortown.info. It has pretty much everything that you could data mine from the game. Because, yeah, the guy who makes this data mines information directly from the game code. So, in the current game version, I'm not in the public version, I'm in the test. Well, this is a public test. So if you bought the game, you can also go to this version. I'm in 7.16. On this version, we finally have the ability to change the brake balance of the vehicles. However, as usual with the parts in this game, it's only telling you like percentage adjustment. So this site is useful so you can see the actual ratios that you're adjusting. So it says right here 70/24. We've always known this to be a thing in the game where a lot of vehicles has too much front bias on them. But in this current version, we finally have the ability to fix that, which is really nice. Yeah, if you're new, you don't need to go to the test version. It's just for players like us who's running out of things to do in the game. We need to be in the latest version just so we have more things to do. Especially for me, because I take hours to make these builds. So I need the early access. Otherwise, people are gonna start posting their builds before I can publish mine. Yeah, there are dedicated servers that are also in the test version. There's a lot of servers nowadays, actually. It used to be just one server that's always that's the go-to, but nowadays there's so many servers you can go to, and a bunch of them has many players. This game got a big boost of players back in February this year. Before that, there was very few players in this game. So you won't find many players like me who has more than, who's almost, I think, yeah, on March next year, I'll be on my third year playing this game. Oh yeah, is my company truck here yet? Almost. And he's hauling quite. He's slowing down now. And he stopped. Huh? What's going on? Can I see that? No. I can use the drone. Oh, I didn't want to remove the costume. Is there something happening in the bridge? Why did my company truck slow down? I see a truck over there. I don't see anything wrong with it. Oh yeah, there's a drone that you can buy if you want to fly around. Up here, the behind the police station at downtown, there's a fabric store and a tech store. You can buy the drone from the tech store. And you can do stuff like this, where you place your character at the edge, spawn your drone, and then move your drone under your character, and then pick up your character and fly around. So you can go almost anywhere in this game, because you can just fly with the drone. This is Flanker. Yeah, that looks about the same as any other. Yeah, looks about right. Oh, and the reason I really care about the weight distribution for these trucks is because you get axle overload fines if you go over 10 tons, or if you're over 40 tons total weight, you can also get fined for that. It's a small fine really, but it's better to not have the overloading when you can avoid it, especially because your tire temperature and tire wear is also affected by the weight on the tires. I'm just, I think I'm done with what I have here right now. I just need this guy. Oh, he's almost here. Right, let's start running to him then. Right now I'm working on the truck setup specifically. Earlier I was working on the setup for those trailers. Oh, he's right here. I can't take over from that side. I have to go to the driver's side. This trailer really wants to flip over, so a good setup helps a lot with these things. Although part of the massive tilting that we have going on right now is the fact that this truck is still stock. The trailer isn't though. I'll have a setup for this trailer. It's just this truck that needs some upgrading. So let's go do that now actually. Put on all the basic stuff. Yep, I specifically decided to do this road train testing and tuning today because I know I have a lot of time and I know this takes a lot of time. It's although I didn't plan on streaming until this hour because it's literally past midnight for me just now. I'm 12:11 a.m. now. Well, it's the weekend today, and I already took care of everything that I need to take care of in the house yesterday. In fact, I even streamed yesterday as well after taking care of stuff. We had a good stream yesterday even. Because another thing with this update is besides the brake bias, which is really nice, we also have now tire temperature, where if your tires are at optimal temperatures, you have more grip. So yesterday I went and spent a bunch of time at the track setting lap records. I don't know where the lap records stand, but considering the results that I got, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the number one in their respective categories. I do know that one of them, well, yeah, one of them are in the number one because I specifically chose it because it's the car for the weekly leaderboard. So it's right here. There. I'm almost 2 seconds faster than the next guy because we have so much better grip now in this version that I'm in. This guy probably didn't play in the test version. That's why he's not as fast as me. Uh, I think, oh, I almost forgot the utility as well. Once again. There's only 3 motorcycles in the game. I'm not really the person to ask about motorcycles though. In fact, that's the one thing I still haven't really made builds for. I have setups for them and they work fine, but I can't really tell you whether it's good or not. I hear, well, no, not here. I read from other people who are good with motorcycles, though, that their setup is pretty much similar with what I have, for the most part, anyways. The important bits, that is, like max the dampers, lower the rear a little, on one of them, anyways. Well, two of them. I'm not sure if the newest motorcycle benefits from having lower rear height, but the other two definitely benefits from it because they're quite top heavy. So when you brake, you get a lot of weight transfer to the front. So lowering the rear helps a bunch. Uh, I think that's all of the upgrades. This thing is damaged. Okay, let's see. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, this is almost perfect. Chauvin. Maybe I can do something about that. Maybe not. Depends on what the decimal values are. So we can try lowering the front to transfer the weight. Oh, that's too much. Eh, it just goes between the two. Is there an advantage to having a slightly lower front? Actually, no. It doesn't matter because we have 200, 300 springs. So really, it should be the rear that gets any extra weight first. So yeah, I'm keeping that set up. Yeah. So that's it then, I think. I'm done with the Longhorn already. Unless I can do the wheel resize trick. Well, let's try an actual ride height adjustment first. So let's lower everything by 1. This is probably not gonna work though. This is probably too much. Um, it didn't really change. Well, it changed this. Let's see. Oh, I need to remove the route from this guy so that he stops asking. Oh, that was a mistake. Well, good thing I have this data already. When you remove the route, it removes the cargo. I should have detached it first before removing the route. Anyways, I don't think we need it anymore. Yeah, actually, no. I'm going to keep the right height as before, because that's gonna have too much of an effect on the other trailer. So since this is empty now, let's repair it and respawn. And I don't have this info yet. Let's write that down. 10.6 tons. It's heavier than the Golema. I guess I can show you the motorcycles. Uh, yeah, we can just go bike. So there's this one. You can put a box in the back, so you can do pizza delivery. That's why I put Pizza Hut on it. But this is the base of the bike, the completely stock version. And then you have Scooty, which also can have a box in the back. And then you have the sports bike, and that's it. I don't even have anything for these bikes really. Although I have driven this for 85 kilometers and this one for 134. So what else? Now that we have the Longhorn, what was my next thing? The containers? Yeah, I think the next thing that I wanted to do was container. I should probably clear the other trailers first. And then get these out of the way. I think I need to repair these. Apparently not. Yeah, the trailer needs repair. Somehow the truck doesn't. Huh. Only the trailer took damage. That's a first. Usually it's the truck that gets damaged first, and then the trailer is fine. Or maybe it has some damage. But this time it was the other way around. Let's grab the container trailer. See what we got here. Oh, this truck is too long. I need a smaller truck. Uh, so the Golema is probably too long as well then. What's the next longest semi? Titan? Are you short enough? Oh, it didn't say the length because it didn't work. Um. Oh yeah, this is the trailers. Really should have picked up the other trailer. Wait, what? Why is the fifth wheel over here at the front? Is that the default position? Why is it so far forward? Yeah, this one is in the middle. So is this. I guess I can spawn. Oh, what happened? My camera just spun around. I can check my other trailer. Yeah, that's this one. Counter lead 20. It is over there. Huh, I must have moved it forward then. Let's move it back. Where should it be? Oh, this is the same trailer. Wanna line it up there. Same thing as the Flaber trailer. I need to be on this side to see it. Oh, it's already lined up. Alright. This combination of trailers don't really work. Oh, that's why it's too long. Because this is another lead trailer. The rear trailer is shorter, so I could have used the big truck if I had the correct combination. Well, I say correct, but that combination doesn't work well either, I would say. Yeah, especially not this one. This is even worse. Let's actually see. Oh, are we? We have the landing gear down. Okay. See what happens when I have the quote unquote correct combination. Oh, they even have different containers on them though. Mm, 26.5. This is a different color, so it's gotta be different. Yeah, this is only 21.1. Let's see anyway what happens. Because this is not, well, they also have different containers on them. Yeah, this is heavy. So yeah. Uh, these are not supposed to be together anyways. I just had them linked up so that I could transport them all together. Wait, I have this as well though. So what does this contain? It's 29,990. Wait, what? Yeah, this is 21,1. And this, oh, this is, yeah, this is different. 29,914, not 29,990. So it's a little bit lighter. Why did I even want a second one? I don't remember. Regardless, let's split those up. Actually, hmm, containers are gonna take a while. And I'm already past my time. Let's check out the tankers instead. Yeah, I think the tankers are gonna be easy, but still, I'll save this for tomorrow. Oh yeah, that's what I was forgetting. I thought I was forgetting something. I gotta remove this. Have base. I shouldn't have moved these out of the way without uploading them to the workshop. But I didn't upload to the workshop yet. They're not done. So that's what I need to do. I wanted to finish this. Oh, I went too far right. Yeah, I did. Oh, you know what? I don't need to park here properly. As long as I can use the garage. There we go. So... Oh yeah, that's why I didn't upload yet. The brake stuff. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll wait for more information on this. We don't know what exactly it's doing for trailers with 3 axles on them. In fact, even the ones with 2 axles, technically they're both rear axles. So does that mean if you put plus 50% rear, it's gonna have stronger braking on both of the rear axles? I don't know. I don't really need upgraded pads on these. You definitely want roll bars because I put in a soft-ish setup with one stiff axle that is just there for support in case you're taking heavy stuff like this, which is a lot heavier than the usual flatbed cargo. We can go check our damping on the other trailers with a similar thing. Oh, there is no trailer that is similar. This is the first trailer where I have a support axle. Yeah, they all work normally. This is the first one where I did something like this. Hmm. The idea should still be the same though, where, yeah, the frontmost is 1-to-1 in damping. The next is slightly higher and then, well, 50% more, and then the next is double. We can't double 300%, but that's fine. So 500, 300, and then 500. 500, 500, 300. So the idea with my damping setup like that is actually quite similar to the cars, where you want your frontmost axle to be responsive. So you give it 1-to-1 with the stiffness. Because when you increase the stiffness in this game, the damper is completely unaffected. So yeah, you want to adjust your damper with the stiffness. Usually 1 to 1 for the front and then more in the rear. That's the idea anyway. Sometimes I don't follow it exactly. Depends on the build and how the testing goes, which is why the testing is important and why it takes me hours to make these builds. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, my final version, -9 plus 3. Did I put spacers on this? No. Yeah, I don't really feel like, well, maybe 20 actually. Yeah, 20 doesn't add weight anyway, so let's put that on. At least according to this, it doesn't. And I have no reason to believe that otherwise. In fact, we can look that up here. I don't think he has the decimal numbers either here though, if there are decimal values. Oh, there is. I see. So 20 millimeter spacer does add weight. I don't know why I never thought of checking this. Interesting. Seems to scale with the spacer though, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is double of the 10, so it's point 0.2 to point 0.4, and then double again to point 0.8, and then double again to 1.6. It's just these small ones where it doesn't scale properly. They all weigh only point 0.1. Although maybe that's also just a display thing. There might be more decimal values here. Yeah, because this is half. This is less than half. So it should be point 0 if it scales properly. So I don't think there's more decimal numbers. I think it actually does weigh point 0.1. Otherwise, it would say 0 because it would be rounded down. Interesting. So it's a good thing that I always only put on spacers when I actually feel like it's a benefit then, because apparently they all add weight, including these tiny ones. It's just not shown here. But now that I know that, I'm gonna start using the other stuff more then. Does the other stuff have the weight scaling also correct? So this is 50% more, and it weighs 50% more. And this is double as well. Yeah, looks like it's just these small ones. Well, these two only, where the weight doesn't scale with their effect. Yep. But yeah, usually I put 20 because it makes sense anyway. Not necessarily just because I thought it doesn't add weight. So that doesn't change anything with my builds really. Why do the wheels on these look narrower? The same bulk of wheel, they seem narrower. Hmm, those are quite wide. These are not as wide. That's not just me, right? It's definitely narrower. Hmm, it looks narrower to me. Not that I'll change anything if it's wider or narrower. Just thought it was interesting. So yeah, I'm actually not uploading these yet until we get some answers or this update goes to the public release instead of just the public testing. So I'm keeping these here until then. But the Longhorn, I definitely want to upload a setup for already. People have been asking me for this ever since this got added. Of when was this added? 7.14? I don't think I'm changing the balance because I do have the trailer set up already with the rear brake bias. And when you don't have the trailer, well, we can do some testing. Yeah, we can test for when the truck is on its own. When it has the trailer's brake power is gonna be pulling it back regardless, so I don't have to test for that. Oh, what's my anti-roll on the other trucks? May as well just spawn them in. 150 at the front, 200 in the middle. But that's because this has a different suspension. Let's check the Titan, which is the one that I have similar to the Longhorn. 200, 200, 200. Hmm. Why do I feel like actually yeah that makes sense. Wait, this is different spring rates. It's this one. When did I upload this? And why do I have this? Hang on, what's going on with my Titan setup? That's this. I don't know what that note. Oh, yeah, I do know what that note is for. Yeah, compared to the other semis, the wheels on this thing, the wheelbase between the two rear axles are further apart than the others. Oh wait, the Titan is 200 all around actually. Yeah, this is not it. Yeah, so this must be an old incorrect setup. It even has a different ratio. Yeah, so that this is what I'm looking for. No, I'm supposed to be looking at the FO one. Yeah, this is the 200, 200, 300. Yeah, same thing as the Atlas, which also makes sense for that setup. So this is what I have in the workshop. Oh, I didn't write the number down. Oh yeah, I grayed this one out. That's that one that I just saw. I need to put the number here. Yeah, I didn't put the numbers here yet when I uploaded them. Should have, so that it's not as confusing. Yeah, I didn't put any of them. Well, I guess I do have my Discord stuff for these anyway. But yeah, I confirm that now. So 235. Is that what I did here? Oh, I haven't done it here. 235. Yeah, I was thinking of the trailers damping earlier, not the Longhorn. 223, 150, 150, and 200 plus 3 minus 1. It's above. You know what? So that it's easier, we'll put the Titan below the FO1. Cause, oh, what the heck? No, what? Dang it. Whoa, what are you doing? I just wanna put it down a little. The heck? Come on, go down a little. What? What are we doing? Come on. Uh, we're moving. Um, that's the Jimusi, the two atlases, and we're back here again. What the heck? Fine, you can stay there. Maybe I can drag the FL1 up there instead. There we go. Oh, I wanted this set. Oh, not film. There we go. I think it's glitching out because of all these hidden rows that is included in my selection. But the FL1 does not have any hidden rows in them. Yeah, because these are similar with the dampers. Spacer. Yeah, I want to look way beyond this, even now that I know that it actually adds some weight. What else? Do these add weight? Yeah, they do. These don't. Yeah, they're all the same weight. So it's just this one that, and it's only 10 kilograms. And it's somewhere in the middle of the truck. So it's probably not gonna make much difference. So, alright, let's go into drift mode and test our brakes. And there's the front bias. Yep, definitely has too much front bias as usual. I probably should have just given it more rear bias before even trying. They already knew there's too much by front braking anyways. What's our weight distribution? Oh yeah, the rears are lifted kinda. Hmm. Still though, it's almost the same weight, front to rear. So we can probably go 40-40. Can't tell if the skid marks are coming off the second axle or the third axle. It's probably the third axle. Ooh, well, the turning seems wrong. Kinda looks like the middle, the second axle is sliding a little when turning, even though it really shouldn't. It should be the third axle that's sliding. And it's not even sliding the way you'd expect it to. So it's got the same issue as the Golema, where the turning doesn't match the wheelbase. No, it looks like the second axle is what's leaving the skid mark. Because I saw smoke coming out of the second axle. So maybe only F80 then. Oh, we can try increasing the power. Which is probably a bad idea considering the third axle is quite useless under braking. But that makes it obvious now which wheels are skidding. And now it's the front. So we need to move the balance to the rear again. I think that time, yeah, it's gotta be both the front and the rear. But before I put the balance, no, not the balance, the power back to stock, I wanna try this again, just to make sure. Because I didn't have the increased power when I tested earlier. Hmm. Now I think I actually need more than this. Let's try the 50. Yeah, now it's the rear that's locking up and the front is totally fine. Hmm. Let's go one step lower, but reduce our braking to just 90. So what's 90% of 130? 117. Yeah, I think this is the correct brake bias. And we don't need the increased brake power. Obviously, when you have a load on the back, you're gonna want even more rear bias. But then that's why I have increased brake power on the trailers. And I think that's everything for this build. So this time I'm putting on the upgraded radiator. We didn't need this before, but now that we have uh yeah, before the highest weight was containers on 73 tons, but now we can have four 30-ton containers, which is 120 tons, not including the weight of the trailer and the truck. And that's also why I'm putting on 3.55 FDR now. Now that I think about it, my original estimate for FDR, yeah, I can't upload this yet. That's why I need the container trailer setup. But I can't do that today. I'm already hours past my supposed stream time. So this is not final yet. But yeah, if you're hauling heavy multi-trailer heavy cargo, this works. But maybe you might need something higher? Probably not, because I already did some testing earlier of a realistic scenario. There are cases where you can use the higher FDR, but realistically, that's not gonna happen unless you're doing some kind of weird delivery, in which case you probably have a custom setup for anyways, or at least you should have. Don't just take my setup for some self-imposed unique kind of delivery. And I'm not uploading this yet anyway, so I guess you can't even download my setup for this truck. But yeah. So I need, so this is good now. It's just not final yet. We need to figure out the containers. So I'm gonna connect this here, but I can't. But I'm gonna park it here anyway, so that I know for next time that this is what needs to be tuned. In fact, let me disconnect this and put it here. This is what I need to attach the trailers. Oh yeah, you can see the wheelbase here, the wheelbase difference. That's what I had in my note. So the wheels on this are bigger as well than the Longhorn. I don't remember if that's because the Titan just has bigger wheels than the other semi. I think it's just that the Longhorn has smaller wheels. But yeah, these are lined up with each other. But then, as you can see, the rear wheels are much further apart on the Titan. So yeah, no builds uploaded today because we're not done yet. And that's why I plan to stream tomorrow as well. But for today, that's it. It's 1:10 a.m. for me already. I need to go. I'm out.